The night of shadows. The moon hung high in the night sky, casting an eerie glow over the Thornwood estate. Inside, the grand old house stood silent, the only sound being the faint ticking of a grandfather clock in the hallway. In the master bedroom, Lily Thornwood lay peacefully asleep, her auburn hair spread across the pillow like a fiery halo. The soft rise and fall of her chest was the only indication of life in the stillness of the night. Outside, the world seemed to hold its breath. Shadows danced in the moonlight, moving almost with a will of their own. From these shadows emerged a figure, tall and gaunt, with eyes that glowed like embers in the darkness. The vampire moved with a predatory grace, its movements silent and fluid. It approached the house, gliding over the manicured lawn, and paused at the large bay window of the bedroom. With a subtle flick of its wrist, the latch on the window gave way. The vampire slipped inside, a phantom in the night. It stood at the foot of Lily's bed, watching her with a hunger that had been festering for centuries. She stirred slightly, as if sensing the malevolent presence, but remained in the grip of sleep. The vampire moved closer, its eyes never leaving her face. It bent down, inhaling her scent, savoring the purity of her blood. Then, with a quick, almost tender motion, it brushed her hair aside and sank its fangs into the soft flesh of her neck. Lily's eyes flew open, but no scream escaped her lips. She was paralyzed, held captive by the vampire's unholy power. The room grew colder as the vampire fed, drawing the very life essence from her. Her skin grew pale, her body limp, as the creature drained her like a parasite, a leech on her vitality. The vampire's eyes fluttered shut in ecstasy, a satisfied smile spreading across its lips. It reveled in the taste of her blood, the warmth of her life force. When it was sated, it licked its lips and stepped back, leaving Lily a lifeless husk, her once vibrant eyes now dull and vacant. The vampire lingered for a moment, admiring its handiwork, before slipping back into the shadows from whence it came. As it vanished into the night, the grandfather clock struck midnight, its chimes echoing ominously through the silent house. Edgar Thornwood walked briskly through the dimly lit streets, his mind preoccupied with the latest findings in his laboratory. An expert on diseases, Edgar often lost track of time when he was engrossed in his work. Tonight had been no different, and it was well past midnight when he finally headed home. He turned the corner onto his street, his thoughts still on his research, when he noticed something amiss. The front door of his house was ajar, swaying slightly in the breeze. Edgar's heart skipped a beat. Lily never left the door open, especially not at this hour. He quickened his pace, a sense of dread settling in the pit of his stomach. Pushing the door open, Edgar stepped inside, his eyes scanning the darkness. "Lily," he called out, his voice echoing through the empty halls. There was no response. The house felt different, colder somehow. Edgar hurried up the stairs, his footsteps echoing in the silence. When he reached the bedroom, he stopped dead in his tracks. The sight that greeted him was something out of his worst nightmares. Lily lay on the bed, motionless, her skin deathly pale. Edgar rushed to her side, his hands trembling as he touched her cold cheek. "No, no, no," he whispered, tears streaming down his face. He frantically checked for a pulse, but there was none. Lily was gone. As the reality of the situation sank in, Edgar's grief was replaced by a cold, burning rage. He noticed the puncture wounds on her neck, the telltale signs of a vampire's attack. The world around him seemed to blur, his mind consumed by thoughts of vengeance. The creature that did this would pay dearly. In that moment, Edgar Thornwood, a man of science, made a vow. He would hunt down the monster that took her from him. The night was no longer just a time of rest. It was a battleground, and Edgar was ready for war. The haze of grief. The days that followed Lily's death were a blur for Edgar Thornwood. The world around him seemed to move in slow motion, each moment suffused with a dull, throbbing ache. His mind was lost in a haze of pain, guilt, and grief. Arrangements were made. People came and went, but none of it registered. He moved through the motions, his heart numb, his thoughts consumed by the loss of his beloved wife. The funeral came and went, a somber affair, attended by friends and colleagues. They offered their condolences, but their words felt empty, meaningless. Edgar stood by Lily's grave, staring blankly at the headstone, unable to process the finality of it all. Weeks passed in this state, the days blending into one another, until one evening, something shifted. It was a rainy night when Edgar finally emerged from his stupor. He stood in his study, staring at a photograph of Lily, when a sudden clarity pierced the fog of his mind. He couldn't let her death be in vain. He had to do something. With renewed purpose, he raced to his laboratory, driven by a desperate need to bring her back. Edgar's laboratory was a testament to his expertise in diseases. Shelves lined with books on pathology, microscopes, and petri dishes filled the room. He was used to studying live cells, understanding how they were infected and how they could be cured. But now, he was venturing into uncharted territory. He began testing on dead cells, trying to reanimate tissue, to breathe life back into what had been lost. Day after day, night after night, Edgar worked tirelessly. He performed experiment after experiment, his eyes red-rimmed from lack of sleep. He injected cells with various chemicals, subjected tissues to electrical currents, but each attempt ended in failure. The dead remained dead, and with each failure, his hope waned. Weeks turned into months, and Edgar found himself on the brink of despair. He was close to giving up, the weight of his grief threatening to crush him. Then, one evening, the phone rang, jolting him from his desolation. "Hello," Edgar answered, his voice hoarse. "Dr. Thornwood," a voice replied. "My name is Jonathan. I heard about your wife. I'm so sorry for your loss. I too have suffered at the hands of vampires. There are others like us. We've formed a group to console each other. Would you like to join us?" Edgar hesitated, then agreed. He didn't want consolation. He wanted answers. But perhaps this group would provide a lead. The meeting was held in a dimly lit basement of an old building. Edgar entered to find a handful of people seated in a circle, their faces etched with sorrow. They shared their stories, voices trembling as they recounted their encounters with the undead. Edgar listened impatiently, waiting for his turn. When he finally stood, his voice was cold and determined. "I just want to know how to find them and kill them," he said. His words were met with shocked silence. The other attendees exchanged worried glances, but no one spoke up. The meeting ended soon after, and Edgar left, his frustration mounting. As he stepped outside, a strange man approached him. "So, you want to kill them?" the man asked, his voice low and gravelly. Edgar turned to face him. "Yes," he replied, his eyes burning with resolve. The man nodded. "You know, it's not like all the movies and stories. They're pretty much unkillable by us humans, but there are ways they can die." Intrigued, Edgar pressed, "And you know how?" "Not me," the man said, "but I do know someone." Edgar followed the man through the dark, eerie streets, their footsteps echoing in the silence. They walked for hours, the cityscape growing more foreboding with each step. Finally, they stopped in front of an old, decrepit building. "In there," the man said, nodding towards the entrance. Edgar looked at the building, then turned to thank the man, but he had already disappeared into the shadows. Steeling himself, Edgar stepped inside, determined to find the answers he sought and exact his revenge. The bargain. As Edgar entered the decrepit building, the air grew thick with the scent of mold and decay. The darkness pressed in on him from all sides, and he groped his way forward through the labyrinthine corridors. Faint whispers seemed to emanate from the walls, taunting him, but he pressed on, driven by a desperate need for answers. He saw a faint light up ahead and quickened his pace, his heart pounding in his chest. The light led him to a small room, dimly illuminated by flickering candles. In the center of the room sat a strange man, his features obscured by shadows. Before him was a large cauldron, filled with a bubbling, iridescent liquid. "Welcome, Edgar," the man said, his voice smooth and eerily calm. Edgar stopped in his tracks. "Who are you? How do you know my name?" The man smiled, a cold, unsettling expression. "I am but a messenger, here to offer you a bargain from my lord." "A bargain?" Edgar repeated, suspicion lacing his voice. The man nodded. "You wish retribution. You wish power. My lord can give you all these things and more." He leaned forward, his eyes boring into Edgar's. "You wish to kill those who walk in shadow. My lord can grant you this power, the power over death itself. But know this, you must not use this power to bring back your loved one from the dead." Edgar felt a yearning deep within him, a desperate hunger for the power to avenge Lily. "And what do you want in return for such power, if it even exists?" he asked, his skepticism apparent. The strange man chuckled softly. "I want nothing, but my lord will require your service. Once you die, you will become the property and servant of our lord Necros. You will serve him as an undead slave for eternity." Edgar, a man of science, scoffed at the notion. "All right, I'll bite. I agree then. I accept the power and your lord's terms." The man smiled again, more broadly this time. "He will be pleased. Now, as your kind, do not understand delayed gratification and expect everything immediately. We will take a part payment now for this power. You are a scientist, yes? You work with your hands." "Yes," Edgar replied. "I manipulate intricate experiments and need steady hands." "Good," the man said, picking up a dead rat and throwing it into the cauldron. The liquid bubbled violently, and the rat's skin melted away in the acid. The strange man looked at Edgar. "Put your hands in the acid." Edgar stared at him in disbelief. "Is this a joke? I will not do this." The man remained calm. "Do you think your dead wife would do it for a second chance at life? Do you not want to avenge her as much as you say?" Edgar's eyes darkened with anger and resolve. Without another word, he thrust both his hands into the cauldron. The liquid bubbled and hissed, but his hands remained untouched, unscathed. He pulled them out, staring at them in confusion. The man spoke again, his voice carrying an ominous weight. "Your payment has started." Suddenly, Edgar felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. The room spun, and he collapsed to the floor, his vision fading to black as the strange man's voice echoed in his mind. "Welcome to your new beginning, Edgar Thornwood." Edgar awoke the next morning in a small, decrepit room. The candles had long since burned out, leaving him in near darkness. He looked around, his mind foggy with confusion. The strange man and the cauldron were gone as if they had never been there. For a moment, he doubted the events of the previous night, wondering if it had all been a dream. Rising to his feet, Edgar made his way out of the building and into the grey morning light. As he walked through the streets, he felt a strange sensation. When he looked at people passing by, he could sense their life force, an almost tangible aura that seemed to tell him how much time they had left. It was disconcerting and intriguing all at once. Arriving at his home, Edgar noticed a dead bird lying on the pavement. A peculiar energy emanated from it, drawing his focus. He concentrated, feeling a surge of power within him. The bird began to twitch, then flapped its wings and rose into the air, only to fall lifeless again a moment later. Edgar stared at it, astonished. Could he really have the power to bring the dead back to life? With renewed urgency, Edgar jumped into his car, a sleek 1968 Pontiac GTO, and sped towards his laboratory. His mind raced with possibilities, a mix of excitement and trepidation coursing through him. Arriving at the lab, he wasted no time. He set up his experiments, but this time, instead of relying on his scientific expertise, he focused on the strange new energy within him. Edgar took a deep breath and placed his hands over the dead tissue samples. He concentrated, feeling a strange sensation of transference, as if a small piece of his life force was flowing into the tissue. The samples twitched, then moved, coming to life under his command. He watched in awe as the once dead cells responded to his will. Hours passed in a blur of experimentation and discovery. Edgar pushed himself to the limits of his newfound abilities, bringing small animals and tissue samples to life, only to watch them return to death once he withdrew his focus. By the time he left the lab, he was exhausted, both physically and mentally. Returning home, Edgar collapsed into bed, his body heavy with fatigue. His mind, however, was a whirl of thoughts and emotions. As he drifted off to sleep, he dreamed of a dark, moonlit graveyard. He and Lily stood among the tombstones, both of them pale and cold, undead creatures bound together in eternal matrimony. They exchanged vows, promising to stay together forever, even in death. The dream was both beautiful and haunting, filling Edgar with a mixture of sorrow and determination. When he awoke the next morning, the memory of the dream lingered. It fueled his resolve to continue his quest, to master the power he had been given, and to exact his revenge on the vampires who had taken Lily from him. The road ahead was uncertain and fraught with danger, but Edgar Thornwood was no longer the man he once was. He had become something else, something stronger, and he would not rest until he had achieved his goal. The words of the strange man lingered in Edgar's mind, a constant reminder of the warning he had received. Do not raise your loved one from the dead. But Edgar had other plans. As night fell, he prepared himself for what he knew was a forbidden act. Clad in dark clothing, he made his way to the cemetery where Lily was buried, his heart pounding with anticipation and dread. The cemetery was shrouded in darkness, the moon casting an eerie glow over the gravestones. Edgar stood over Lily's grave, his breath coming in shallow gasps. He held out his hands, feeling the strange power within him surge. Concentrating, he sent his life force into the ground, willing Lily to rise. Moments later, he heard a faint clawing sound from beneath the earth. His heart leaped with a mixture of hope and fear. He fell to his knees and began to dig frantically, the soil giving way beneath his hands. His fingers scraped against wood, and with trembling hands, he pried open the coffin. Out burst Lily, her movements jerky and unnatural. Edgar staggered back, horrified by the sight before him. Her once beautiful face was now thin and skeletal, her eyes hollow and lifeless. Her body moved with an eerie stiffness, devoid of the grace she once possessed. She stood before him, her mouth hanging open, emitting a low, guttural moan. "Lily," Edgar whispered, his voice choked with emotion. He reached out to her, but the woman he loved was gone. In her place was a hollow shell, an automaton waiting for his command. Her personality, her warmth, her essence, all of it had been stripped away. He held her, tears streaming down his face as he gazed into her empty eyes. The pain of seeing her like this was too much to bear. He had hoped to bring her back, to restore her to the woman she once was, but he had created a monster instead. Despair overwhelmed him, and he realized he had to undo what he had done. "Lily," he said softly, his voice breaking. "I'm so sorry." He commanded her back into the coffin, her movements mechanical and devoid of resistance. Holding out his hands once more, he concentrated on withdrawing the power he had given her. The energy flowed back into him, and Lily's body went limp, returning to a lifeless corpse. Edgar buried her again, the soil falling like heavy stones on his heart. As he stood over her grave for the second time, the weight of his actions pressed down on him. The pain was unbearable, his heart filled with a searing agony and an unquenchable hatred. He had hoped to defy death, to reclaim what had been taken from him, but he had only succeeded in deepening his own suffering. Edgar clenched his fists, his resolve hardening. The vampires who had brought him to this point, who had taken Lily from him, would pay dearly. He would make them suffer for what they had done, for the torment they had inflicted upon him. With a heart filled with pain and hate, he vowed to hunt them down and destroy them, no matter the cost. A visit from family. Weeks passed in a blur, and no one heard from Edgar Thornwood. His friends and colleagues were concerned, but it was his sister, Margaret, who decided to take action. She bundled up her newborn son, Stephen Lestat, and made her way to Edgar's home, hoping to check on her reclusive brother. When she arrived, she knocked on the door, but there was no answer. She called through the letterbox, her voice echoing in the silent house. "Edgar, it's Margaret. Please open up." Again, there was no response. Just as she was about to leave, the door flew open, and there stood Edgar. Margaret gasped. Edgar's face was pale as death, his features gaunt and aged. He looked like a man who had not slept in weeks, his eyes hollow and haunted. "My goodness, Edgar, what have you been doing? You look terrible," Margaret exclaimed, pushing past him into the house. She hurried inside, her maternal instincts kicking in to aid her brother. "I even brought little Stephen here to cheer you up." As Margaret busied herself in the kitchen, making up some food for Edgar, she kept talking, trying to fill the oppressive silence. "Everyone's been so worried about you. We miss you, Edgar. I know losing Lily has been hard, but you can't shut yourself away like this." Edgar watched her, barely registering her words. His eyes were drawn to the small child she had placed in a carrier on the kitchen table. Stephen Lestat, his nephew, was a beautiful baby with wide, curious eyes and a healthy, vibrant aura. Edgar could feel the life force emanating from the child, strong and vibrant. Unable to resist, he reached out and touched Stephen's head. A strange connection formed between them, something profound and ancient. Edgar felt a rush of sensations, memories not his own, whispers of power, and a sense of protection that seemed to envelop the child. He sensed Necros' presence, a dark yet protective force around Stephen. This child was special in some way that Edgar couldn't quite grasp. Margaret returned to the kitchen, still talking. "We've all been so worried about you. You need to take care of yourself, Edgar. Lily wouldn't want you to waste away like this." She continued fussing over him, trying to coax him into eating something, but Edgar did not reply. The connection with Stephen had left him overwhelmed. The touch had transferred something from Edgar to the child, a piece of his life force, or perhaps something darker. He felt weak, as if drained by the encounter. After a while, Margaret gathered her things. "I'll come back and check on you soon," she said, giving him a worried look. "Take care of yourself, Edgar." As she left, Edgar stood motionless in the quiet house, the temporary daze enveloping him. The touch with his nephew had left him feeling strange and disoriented. Whatever had passed between them, it had weakened him. He felt a new emptiness inside, as if a part of him had been siphoned away, leaving him more determined, yet vulnerable. The presence of Necros' protection around Stephen left Edgar with a chilling realization. This child was destined for something extraordinary, something tied to the dark powers he had only begun to understand. More time passed, and Edgar spent his days and nights honing his newfound skills. His powers had grown beyond merely raising the dead. He had learned to manipulate blood and tissue, forming sharp, stabbing objects from his own blood, a kind of blood spear. Not only could he give life, but he could also take it, his yard littered with dead birds, from which he siphoned their essence of life to enhance his power. He was becoming a necromancer, driven by his need for vengeance. He roamed the streets at night, using his heightened senses to detect strange life forms and auras. One evening, he noticed a peculiar essence, an aura that seemed to dart between the shadows. Locking onto it, he followed it to an old abandoned house. The strange aura moved inside and disappeared. Edgar stood outside, whispering to himself, "Got you." He waited for the following night, summoning corpses from the nearby cemetery and laying in wait inside the old house. As the night wore on, he felt it. The aura was returning. He felt it enter the home and hid in the shadows. A voice echoed through the darkness. "I know you are in here. Come to kill the unkillable." Realizing his advantage of surprise was lost, Edgar stepped forward and spoke up. "Yes, I have come to seek revenge for my wife." The elder vampire chuckled. "I feast on so many, it's hard to recall just one meal." Enraged, Edgar shouted, "Meal! She was my wife, and you will suffer for this." The creature, an elder vampire, rose before him, its presence commanding and terrifying. "You seem feeble, weak, but something is odd about you. I guess I'll find out among your corpse." As the elder grew in confidence, several hands reached out from the darkness and grabbed it. Edgar's reanimated corpses, undetected and hidden in the shadows. The elder screamed in fury, "How dare you!" The elder quickly shifted into the shadows, breaking free of the grips. "You will pay for that," it hissed. Edgar replied defiantly, "Stop talking and face me, coward, or are you only brave when facing sleeping women?" Infuriated, the elder lunged at Edgar, knocking him to the ground. Edgar commanded his minions to attack again, but the elder passed through them in shadow form, severing Edgar's connection to them. He was now alone against the elder. The elder stood before him, eyes glowing with malevolence. "What are you, that you can control the dead?" Edgar did not reply. He focused his power, forming a long blood spear that stabbed the elder. The creature winced in pain, but Edgar did not stop. He conjured another spear, then another, weakening the elder. The vampire laughed through the pain. "You cannot kill me with parlor tricks." Edgar's eyes blazed with determination. "I know," he said, and began to manipulate the very blood inside the elder's body. The vampire screamed in agony as Edgar forced the blood out, pulling the elder apart from the inside. Blood sprayed in all directions, and the elder's body disintegrated until nothing remained. Weak but satisfied, Edgar gathered the remains of the elder and rushed back to his lab. His heart pounded with both exhaustion and triumph. He had defeated the unkillable. The road ahead was still fraught with danger, but Edgar was no longer the man he once was. He had become something else, something powerful and terrifying, and he would not rest until every vampire who had destroyed his life had paid with their own. The fall of Edgar Thornwood. In the dim light of his laboratory, Edgar carefully laid the small remains of the elder vampire on the table. The remnants were grotesque, but they held secrets he needed to unlock. He focused his power, reanimating the tissue. Blood bubbled and flesh writhed as he tried to establish a connection, hoping to use this link to track down more of the elders. Each one would pay for what happened to Lily. The blood and tissue moved with a life of their own under his command, an eerie display of his growing power. As he worked, the door to his lab burst open. Dr. Philip Marston, the head of the research team, stormed in, his face a mask of horror and disbelief. "Edgar, what in God's name are you doing?" Marston shouted. "This is madness." Edgar turned slowly, his eyes cold and unfeeling. "I'm doing what needs to be done, Philip." Marston's eyes darted to the writhing flesh on the table. "This is abomination. You've gone too far. You're no longer a scientist. You're a monster. I'm shutting this down. You're fired from the Institute and banned from the service." A dark smile played on Edgar's lips. "You think you can stop me?" He raised his hand towards Marston, who suddenly felt a sickening pull at his very core. Edgar was draining his life essence, the vibrant energy flowing from Marston into Edgar's outstretched hand. Marston's screams echoed through the lab as he collapsed to the floor, his body an empty husk. Edgar looked down at the lifeless body, his expression one of detached satisfaction. He concentrated again, reanimating Marston's corpse. The body twitched and stood, staring blankly ahead. "How satisfying," Edgar murmured. "I get to kill you twice." With a swift motion, he disassembled the animated corpse, reducing it to lifeless pieces once more. The act felt disturbingly gratifying, a clear sign of how far Edgar had strayed from his humanity. He was no longer driven by grief alone. His heart was now a cauldron of hatred and a lust for vengeance. Edgar turned back to his macabre work, his mind set on one goal: to track down and destroy every elder vampire. He now knew how to trace them, using the blood and tissue connections. Each one would end up as a specimen on his laboratory table. He was transforming, stepping closer to becoming a soulless necromancer. His heart was cold, his soul darkened, but he remained unwavering in his mission. Phase 1 of Edgar's transformation was complete. Phase 2 would see him change further, and Phase 3 would connect him to Necros, the god of the undead. Edgar Thornwood's journey of revenge had only just begun. His trail of vengeance would lead him deeper into darkness, and nothing would stand in his way. Each elder he encountered would face his wrath, and the world would come to know the terrifying power of a man who had forsaken his humanity. Coming soon, the Necromancers' Journeys. Part 2. Follow Edgar's relentless pursuit of the elders and witness his further transformation. Only at Professor Shadow.
Lumen umbra
Necromancers' vengeance, the fall of Edgar Thornwood. The old house stood at the edge of town, its dilapidated structure cloaked in shadows. This was the lair of a group of vampires, elders who had evaded death for centuries. Tonight, they would face a new kind of threat. Edgar Thornwood, now fully transformed into a necromancer, approached the house. His features had changed drastically. His skin was pale, his eyes sunken and devoid of warmth, giving him an eerie, almost skeletal appearance. Edgar's undead minions, reanimated corpses from the nearby cemetery, surrounded the house. With a silent command, they moved forward, smashing down doors and ripping open coffins. The air was thick with the stench of decay as the dead tore at the elders with relentless fury. Inside, the vampires noticed the disturbance. They slipped into shadow, their dark forms melding with the darkness to strike back. Using their shadow powers, they smashed into the reanimated corpses, severing the connection between Edgar and his minions. One by one, the corpses fell to the ground, lifeless once more. But Edgar was prepared. The undead were merely a distraction. As the vampires focused on his minions, Edgar stood in the center of the chaos, his eyes glowing with a malevolent light. He extended his hands, and a dark energy pulsed from him, manipulating the blood and tissue of the elders. The blood began to seep out of their bodies, pooling on the floor as their flesh shriveled and withered. The vampires screamed in agony, their centuries-old lives draining away. One by one they collapsed, their once immortal bodies reduced to lifeless husks. Edgar moved through the house methodically, purging it of the group of elders. The sounds of battle faded, replaced by an eerie silence. Edgar stood victorious amidst the carnage, his transformation from a man of science to a necromancer complete. His heart no longer held any trace of the grief-stricken husband he once was. He had embraced his new life of death and chaos, fully aware of the darkness that now consumed him. As he surveyed the destruction, a twisted smile played on his lips. He was no longer bound by the limitations of mortality. The power of Necros flowed through him, guiding his every move. He knew that this was only the beginning. The elders who had destroyed his life would continue to fall, one by one, until none remained. Edgar Thornwood, the necromancer, had fully embraced his dark destiny. His journey of vengeance would continue, leaving a trail of death and destruction in its wake. The world of the undead had a new master, and he would not rest until every last vampire had paid for their sins. Back at his home, Edgar Thornwood sat in the dim light of his study, surrounded by ancient tomes and arcane artifacts. The once warm and inviting house had transformed into a macabre sanctuary of death and necromancy. For months, he had honed his skills, delving deeper into the dark arts with each passing day. Each time he wielded his powers, he felt a piece of himself slipping away. His life essence was being siphoned off as payment to Necros, the Dark Lord he had pledged his service to. Edgar could feel the gradual erosion of his humanity, but he cared little for his own life. His heart was a cold husk, filled only with anger, hate, and an unyielding desire for revenge. The room was silent, except for the occasional rustle of parchment as Edgar turned the pages of a necromantic grimoire. His appearance had deteriorated further. His skin was now almost translucent, veins visible beneath the surface, like a network of dark rivers. His eyes, once filled with curiosity and intellect, were now sunken and hollow, reflecting the abyss of his soul. He glanced around the room, his gaze lingering on the tools of his dark trade. Vials of blood, preserved organs, and the remnants of his previous battles were carefully arranged on shelves. The air was thick with the scent of decay and old magic. This was his life now, a grim and solitary existence devoted to mastering the art of death. Edgar stood and moved to a nearby mirror. He barely recognized the reflection staring back at him. The man he once was, the scientist dedicated to curing diseases, was gone. In his place stood a necromancer, a servant of Necros, whose very essence was being consumed by the dark powers he wielded. His thoughts drifted to Lily, his beloved wife. The pain of her loss was still a raw wound in his heart, fueling his relentless quest for vengeance. He had promised her memory that he would destroy those responsible for her death, and he intended to keep that promise, no matter the cost. Edgar reached out and touched the mirror, his fingers leaving smudges on the glass. "I will not stop," he whispered to himself. "I will not rest until every last one of them is destroyed." His voice echoed softly in the silent room, a vow to himself and to the darkness that now claimed his soul. Each day he grew stronger, but with that strength came an increasing emptiness. He knew that his life was slowly being drained away, but he welcomed it. There was nothing left for him in the world of the living. His existence had become a vessel for vengeance, and he would see it through to the bitter end. As he turned away from the mirror, Edgar felt a familiar presence. The air grew colder, and the shadows in the room seemed to deepen. Necros was watching, always waiting, always hungry for more. Edgar embraced the chill, drawing strength from the Dark Lord's power. With renewed determination, he returned to his work, preparing for the next confrontation. The elders would fall, one by one, until none remained. Edgar Thornwood, the Necromancer, would not be stopped. His heart was empty, his soul a shadow, but his purpose was clear. He would avenge Lily, even if it meant losing himself entirely to the darkness. In the heart of a desolate mansion, hidden from the prying eyes of the world, a powerful elder convened with his council. The elder's name was Thalasar, an ancient being whose very presence exuded an aura of dread. His features were sharp and angular, his eyes cold and calculating, a testament to the centuries he had spent mastering the dark arts. The room was dimly lit, shadows dancing on the walls as the flickering flames of black candles cast an eerie glow. The other elders gathered around a long, ornate table, their expressions grim. They had come to discuss a matter of great urgency, a threat that had been systematically dismantling their kind. Thalasar stood at the head of the table, his voice a low, menacing rumble. "Word of Edgar Thornwood's assaults has reached us. He has become a formidable adversary, one who must be dealt with swiftly and decisively." The elders murmured amongst themselves, their voices tinged with fear and anger. One of them, a gaunt figure named Morgoth, spoke up. "We have found the corpses of our kin, sprawled around the areas where Edgar has struck. He uses the dead somehow, resurrecting them to do his bidding. This is no ordinary human, sire." Thalasar nodded, his expression thoughtful. "I sense the hand of a higher power at play. Necros, perhaps. We must act with caution. While we can easily destroy the undead, this Edgar seems to be something more. He's growing in power if he can take out an entire group of our kin." The room fell silent as Thalasar's words sank in. The gravity of the situation was clear. They were not dealing with a mere mortal, but with a necromancer who had the backing of a dark deity. Thalasar began to pace, his mind working through the possibilities. "We will set a trap for him," Thalasar declared. "We will draw him out and destroy him, but we must be cunning. He is not to be underestimated." Morgoth leaned forward, his eyes gleaming with malice. "What do you propose, Thalasar?" Thalasar paused, considering his next words carefully. "We will use his own tactics against him. We will create a situation he cannot resist, something that will draw him in. Once he is ensnared, We will strike with all our might." Another elder, a pale woman named Seraphine, spoke. "But what of his undead? They are formidable, and he controls them with ease." Thalasar's lips curled into a cold smile. "We will lure him to a place where his power is weakest. There, we will confront him and end this once and for all." The elders nodded in agreement, their resolve hardening. They knew that failure was not an option. Thalasar's plan was set into motion, and each elder began to prepare for the confrontation. They would use their vast resources and cunning to set the perfect trap, one that Edgar Thornwood would not be able to escape. Thalasar looked around the room, his eyes meeting those of each elder in turn. "Prepare yourselves. We will strike soon. Edgar Thornwood's reign of terror ends with us." The council dispersed, each member retreating to their own dark corner of the world to ready themselves for the coming battle. Thalasar remained, his mind focused on the task ahead. He knew that Edgar was no ordinary foe, but Thalasar had faced countless enemies over the centuries and emerged victorious. This necromancer would be no different. As the night deepened, the mansion grew silent once more. The stage was set, and the trap was laid. Thalasar and his council were ready to bring an end to Edgar Thornwood's dark crusade, or die trying. Edgar Thornwood stood in his dimly lit laboratory, the air thick with the scent of chemicals and decay. For months, he had dedicated himself to a singular purpose, perfecting his latest experiment. It was a diabolical creation, one that combined his necrotic power with his extensive scientific knowledge. He worked tirelessly, his fingers deftly manipulating tools and reagents, his mind focused on the intricate details of his dark craft. Each day brought him closer to his goal. Edgar's anticipation grew with every passing hour, his thoughts consumed by the promise of what his creation could achieve. He envisioned the pain and suffering it would bring to those who had wronged him, to the vampires who had taken Lily from him. His heart, now a vessel of hate and revenge, found a twisted joy in the prospect of their torment. Finally, after countless nights of relentless effort, Edgar stood back from his workbench, a cold smile spreading across his lips. "It is done," he whispered, his voice filled with dark satisfaction. "My latest creation will be my best. Let this be the vengeance that brings them the pain they deserve." He gazed at the hidden form of his creation, the details obscured from view, a mystery to all but him. The very air around it seemed to pulse with malevolent energy, a testament to the power and malice infused within. Edgar knew that this would be his masterpiece, the weapon that would ensure his enemy's destruction. As he turned away, Edgar felt a strange aura brush against his senses. He paused, his eyes narrowing as he scanned the room. Something was watching him. The aura was faint but unmistakable. An elder was nearby. A slow, cruel smile spread across his face. "Good," he muttered. "I will destroy them all." The aura quickly fled, but Edgar's senses were now attuned to the unique signatures of the elders. He could follow its trace, like a predator tracking its prey. He summoned a group of his reanimated corpses, grotesque remnants of his experiments, to follow him. They moved through the night, their decayed forms a testament to his growing power. Edgar moved with purpose, his mind singularly focused on vengeance. The trail led him through dark alleys and deserted streets, each step bringing him closer to his quarry. His reanimated minions followed in eerie silence, their empty eyes reflecting the cold determination of their master. The chase finally led Edgar to an old farmhouse on the outskirts of town. The dilapidated barn loomed before him, its wooden structure barely standing. He could feel the presence of the elder within, a dark aura seeping through the walls. Edgar's heart pounded with anticipation. This was it, the moment he had been waiting for. He stood outside of the barn, his eyes gleaming with malevolent intent. The air was thick with tension, the silence almost palpable. Edgar knew that within these walls a battle awaited, a battle that would end with the death of the parasite hiding within. He took a deep breath, his mind clear and resolute. "This ends now," he whispered to himself, "for Lily, for everything they took from me." With a final command to his undead minions, Edgar stepped forward, ready to face the Elder and bring his vengeance to its inevitable conclusion. Edgar commanded his undead minions to smash down the door and search for the Elder. The barn door splintered under their assault, and the reanimated corpses poured into the darkened interior. But as Edgar stepped inside, he saw Thalassa standing there, unhidden and calm. "The insect is caught in the web," Thalassa sneered. At that moment, elders emerged from all directions, swiftly severing the connections to Edgar's undead minions. One by one, the corpses fell lifeless to the ground. Edgar raised his hands, ready to summon his dark powers, but before he could react, a blow from behind sent him sprawling. Another elder had attacked him from the shadows. "Outnumbered and outmatched," Thalassa declared. The other elders laughed as Edgar lay on the floor, seemingly helpless. One of them, a sneering figure named Malakar, spoke. "This is the one who slaughtered our brethren. For what?" Thalassa stepped closer, his eyes piercing into Edgar's. "Why? Why have you taken this path toward your own destruction?" Edgar looked up, blood trickling from a wound on his head. "One of your kind killed my wife. I will not rest until you are all dead." The elders laughed again, all except Thalassa. "Where did this incident occur?" Thalassa asked, his tone almost curious. Edgar recounted the story of his home and Lily. One of the other elders, a smug vampire named Varath, interrupted. "That house? Oh yes, I remember. That woman. She did taste so good. She squirmed a bit, but soon fell silent after I drained her." Rage filled Edgar's eyes as he looked at Varath. You are the one." Varath smiled, baring his fangs. "I'm afraid so." Edgar's voice was cold and deadly. "Then you shall be the first to die." Thalassa stepped forward. "This is not all, is it? I sense the work of a higher power. Tell me who gave you this power, and we shall make this quick." Edgar smiled grimly. "Oh, this will be far from quick." Suddenly, a massive, hulking monstrosity burst through the side of the barn. This was Edgar's latest creation, a colossal construct of flesh and bone, infused with his own life essence, making it independent of his direct control. The creature roared, its strength unfathomable, and grabbed an elder, snapping him in half like a twig. The elders charged at the creature in shadow form, but they bounced off its thick, reinforced hide. The monstrosity picked them up, one by one, tearing them to pieces with brutal efficiency. Varath, realizing the danger, tried to escape, but found himself unable to move. His very blood was being controlled. He looked back to see Edgar, his hands outstretched. "For Lily," Edgar whispered, and Varath's blood exploded out from his body, leaving nothing but a shredded corpse. The hulking creature continued its rampage unstoppable, slaughtering elder after elder with savage abandon. Thalassa watched, his face a mask of cold fury, as his council was decimated. Finally, only Thalassa remained. "Enough," Edgar commanded, and the monstrous creation halted, its blood-soaked form standing ominously behind him. Edgar stepped forward, his eyes locked on Thalassa. The barn was a scene of carnage, the ground littered with the remains of the elders. Edgar's transformation was complete. He was no longer a man, but a force of dark vengeance, driven by the memory of his lost love and the promise of retribution. He stood ready to confront Thalassa, the architect of his torment, with the full might of his necromantic power. Thalassa stared at Edgar, his eyes reflecting a mixture of fear and cunning. "You have your vengeance, but yet you are still unsated. Do you not see you have been manipulated? Your puppeteer has taken everything from you, your humanity, your life essence. Soon you will have nothing left." Edgar's face was a mask of cold resolve. "I have already lost everything. What do I care for life when everything in my life has been taken? There is nothing in this world for me now. I welcome the end." Thalassa nodded slowly. "I see. Necros cares little for you, Edgar. He only cares for his own dominion over others. I, too, lost everything many years ago, and I, too, sold my life for power. You have the power to end me, but you too shall end. Your life force is almost over, and then what?" "Then I will have to pay for this bargain," Edgar replied, his voice steady but hollow. Thalassa's mind raced, seeking a way to survive. "Yes, I know this bargain well. You have power, but each use of it draws you closer to the shambling corpses you brought here, closer to Necros' eternal control. But there is a way to be free of this pact." Edgar looked at Thalassa, a flicker of curiosity breaking through his mask of hatred. "Why would I want that? I have lived as a man, now I live among the dead. I welcome the end." Thalassa's eyes narrowed, his voice softening to a persuasive whisper. "You welcome an eternity as one of those." He pointed to one of the undead creatures, laying lifeless on the floor. "Your soul never free to live eternity with your lost loved one." Edgar's eyes bore into Thalassa, the question sinking deep into his mind. Thalassa sensed the opening and pressed on. "I know a way to have eternal life energy." Edgar stood silent, his mind churning with thoughts of vengeance and the bitter realization of his fate. The idea of eternal suffering, unable to reunite with Lily, gnawed at him. He looked at Thalassa, his expression unreadable, yet his eyes betrayed a spark of interest. Thalassa smiled slightly, seeing the seeds of doubt and curiosity take root. "Yes, Edgar. Imagine a way to live forever, without the shackles of Necros. To be free, to have the power to ensure that no one else suffers as you have." The barn was silent, the weight of Thalassa's words hanging in the air. Edgar's gaze remained fixed on the elder vampire, questioning his very thoughts of eternal life. Edgar stood still, lost in his thoughts. Doubt began to creep into his mind. The relentless pursuit of vengeance had stripped away his humanity, but now, in the presence of Thalassa's tempting offer, fragments of it seemed to resurface. He yearned for Lily, knowing he could never again be with her, not even in death. The promise of eternal life, without the burden of Necros' control, was a seductive whisper in his mind. As he contemplated Thalassa's words, a fog, cold as the grave, blew into the barn. The air thickened with an icy chill, and the messenger from the old house appeared. "Do not go against the will of our Lord," the messenger intoned, his voice echoing through the barn. Edgar looked up, anger flashing in his eyes. You would deny me ever seeing my love again? Begone!" He commanded his creature to attack the messenger, but before it could move, the messenger disappeared, leaving only the lingering chill. Thalassa saw his opportunity. "Are you ready to live forever, Edgar?" Edgar, still seething with rage and despair, looked at Thalassa. "Yes," he declared, his voice filled with determination. Thalassa smiled, thinking he had struck a bargain that would save his life. "Then let us make this pact, and you shall be free of Necros' grasp." But Edgar's eyes hardened, a steely resolve replacing his doubt. but not by becoming the very thing I detest, the very thing that killed my Lily. Before Thalassa could react, Edgar commanded his creature to destroy the elder vampire. The hulking monstrosity moved with terrifying speed, grabbing Thalassa and crushing him in its powerful grip. Thalassa's screams echoed through the barn as the creature tore him apart, piece by piece. From outside the barn, in the darkness of the night, the screams of Thalassar could be heard, a chilling testament to Edgar's relentless pursuit of vengeance. The barn fell silent once more, the fog dissipating into the cold night air. Edgar stood alone, the remnants of his humanity slipping away once more. He had rejected the offer of eternal life from the vampire, choosing instead to remain true to his purpose, even if it meant embracing the darkness that Necros had cast over him. His creature stood beside him, its monstrous form a symbol of his unwavering resolve. Edgar knew that his journey was far from over. The path ahead was still shrouded in shadows, but he would walk it with the same unyielding determination that had brought him this far. Rebirth of vengeance. Back at Edgar's home, the air was thick with the scent of chemicals and the stench of decay. Edgar, his body frail and his eyes sunken, worked feverishly on his final experiment. The blood of the elder Thalassar was the key. Treated as nothing more than a disease, a field Edgar had once mastered with ease. He felt his life slipping away, each breath a laborious effort, but his will to complete his task kept him going. Using his knowledge of diseases, Edgar experimented with various strains of deadly pathogens like the Black Death. He combined them with the vampire blood, manipulating the essence of life and death. His hand shook as he mixed the substances, each moment bringing him closer to the brink of collapse. As he toiled, Edgar could feel the call of Necros, the dark god coming to claim his due. The power that had sustained him was nearly spent. Desperation drove him forward. He smashed the glass tube containing his latest strain of disease and pressed his hand onto the shards, letting the mixture seep into his bloodstream. His body went limp, his life force almost entirely extinguished. But then, something miraculous began to happen. The cells of the disease merged with his own, the eternal life of the vampire blood melding with the deadly pathogen. The mix of the two reignited Edgar's essence, transforming him into something entirely new. Edgar's eyes snapped open, glowing with an unholy light. He was no longer living, nor was he dead. He was a constant state of rejuvenation, the disease eating away at him, only to be regenerated by the vampire's immortality. His flesh repaired itself, even as it decayed, a perpetual cycle of life and death. He pulled himself to his feet, feeling the newfound power surging through his veins. His mind, once clouded by vengeance and grief, was now clear and focused. He screamed into the night sky, a declaration of his rebirth. I was but a man, then a necromancer. Now I am reborn again, alive but dead. I will seek my revenge on you, Necros. I will seek you out and destroy you. A huge thunderclap erupted from the sky, the sound reverberating through the night, as if a god had been angered. The heavens seemed to tremble at Edgar's defiance, a portent of the battle to come. Edgar Thornwood, now a being of living death, stood ready to challenge the dark god who had manipulated him. His transformation was complete, his purpose unwavering. He was no longer bound by the limitations of mortality, nor the constraints of necromancy. He was something the world had never seen before, a harbinger of vengeance, a scourge upon the darkness. With the storm raging overhead, Edgar set out into the night, his mind singularly focused on his new goal. Necros would pay for the suffering he had caused. Edgar's journey was far from over. It had merely entered a new, darker phase. The world would soon know the wrath of a man reborn through death and disease, a force that even the gods would come to fear. Path to Necros. Edgar Thornwood, now completely unrecognizable, had spent months buried in ancient texts, studying the myths surrounding Necros, the god of the undead. His skeletal face, a grotesque mask of decaying and regenerating tissue, bore a perpetual grimace. Edgar was no longer a man. He had become something new, something terrifying, a creature in a constant state of death and rebirth. His face, covered in new tissue, was quickly consumed by an enhanced version of the Black Death, a testament to his horrific transformation. His powers of necromancy had grown exponentially, merging his scientific knowledge with the cursed arts he had mastered. Edgar's skeletal frame was wrapped in tattered robes, and his eyes glowed with an unholy light. He was driven by a singular purpose: to find and destroy Necros, the dark god who had manipulated his fate and taken everything from him. Today, a rare smile played on his decayed lips. He had finally discovered the very thing he had been searching for, a way to confront Necros. His research had led him to the ancient ruins of what was once a shrine to the god of the undead, a place rumored to possess the power to open a gateway to Necros' realm. Edgar prepared for his journey to this forbidden site, the ruins abandoned for centuries. He knew the journey would be perilous, but his determination was unwavering. He gathered his monstrous creations, grotesque beings of flesh and bone, animated by his dark powers, and set out to cross the seas to reach his destination, a small, desolate island in the Mediterranean Sea. Stealing a boat from a secluded harbour, Edgar and his creatures boarded, their presence sending shivers through the small coastal town. The voyage was eerie, the sea seeming to part before them as if fearing the abominations on board. Edgar stood at the helm, his skeletal hands gripping the wheel, his eyes fixed on the horizon. His creations moved silently, their twisted forms a testament to his mastery of necromancy. The journey was long and arduous, the boat cutting through the waves under a sky perpetually shrouded in clouds. Edgar's mind was focused, replaying the steps he would take to confront Necros. He had learned of the rituals and incantations required to open the gateway, each one etched into his memory with painstaking precision. Days turned into nights, and finally, the island appeared on the horizon. It was a barren, rocky place, its shores lined with jagged cliffs and dark, foreboding forests. Edgar felt a surge of anticipation as they approached, the air growing colder, the sky darker. As the boat touched the shore, Edgar stepped onto the island, his creations following in eerie silence. The ground beneath his feet felt charged with dark energy, the very essence of the place resonating with the power of Necros. Edgar looked around. his skeletal face set in grim determination. "Necros," he whispered to the wind, "your reign of terror is about to end." He knew that the ruins lay somewhere within the dark forest that loomed before him. Gathering his strength and commanding his creatures to follow, Edgar Thornwood set out to find the ancient shrine, ready to confront the god of the undead and exact his vengeance. An unexpected ally. Edgar Thornwood moved inland, the dark forest closing in around him as he made his way toward the ruins of the forgotten temple of Necros. His skeletal frame, carved in decaying and regenerating tissue, was flanked by his monstrous creations, ready to defend their master at a moment's notice. As they approached a clearing, Edgar noticed a strange figure sitting on a rock. The aura emanating from the figure was unmistakably vampiric, yet there was something else, something far more powerful. Edgar raised his hand, signaling his creatures to prepare for an attack. The approach was tense, each step filled with the anticipation of violence. As they neared, the figure spoke. "Hello, Edgar. No need for a fight. I am a friend. I am here to aid you in your battle against Necros. You see, my father would love for you to destroy him, if that's even possible." Edgar's voice was cold and distrustful. "I do not make deals with your kind. I destroy them." The strange man chuckled softly. Come, Edgar. Surely you can see I am far beyond any elder you have encountered. Yes, I have their traits, but look beyond that. I am a friend. I detest Necros as much, if not more, than you." Edgar's eyes narrowed. "Who are you? And how can you help me?" "My name is Thorn, Dr. Thorn," the man replied with a sly smile. "You see, we even share something in our last name. Now surely this is not just coincidence." Edgar began to lower his guard, intrigued but still cautious. "What is it you want, Dr. Thorn?" Dr. Thorn stood up from the rock, his movements graceful and deliberate. "My father, whom I also hate, would truly love for Necros to fall. And while I would like nothing more than my own father to fall, I feel with Necros out of the game, the balance would be off, and I could finally challenge my father for dominance. But that really has nothing to do with you. Let me show you how I can help you." Dr. Thorn continued. "You cannot simply open the door to Necros' land. This isn't some comic book. You'll need a key." Edgar's curiosity was piqued. "What sort of key?" Dr. Thorn smiled, holding up a strange bone structure. "This key, it's a piece of Necros himself, thought lost many years ago in the great battle of the gods." Edgar's eyes widened with interest. "Then how did you get it? Are you a god?" Dr. Thorn laughed. "Who, me? No, I am just misunderstood." Edgar's skepticism returned. "So what am I going to have to do to get this key?" Dr. Thorn's smile widened. "Nothing. Here, it is yours, a gift from me. I cannot aid you once you enter his domain, so I wish you well, Edgar. I do hope to see you again, but I honestly don't hold much hope for you. Necros is powerful, too powerful, but if you can weaken him in some way, it will be truly appreciated." Edgar took the key, the strange bone structure cold and ancient in his hand. He studied Dr. Thorn for a moment, searching for any signs of deceit, but found none. This unexpected ally had given him the means to confront Necros, and while Edgar knew the dangers that lay ahead, his resolve was unshaken. "Thank you," Edgar said, his voice a mix of gratitude and determination. "I will do what must be done." Dr. Thorn nodded, stepping back into the shadows. "Good luck, Edgar Thornwood. May your vengeance be swift and your strength unyielding." With the key in his possession, Edgar turned back to the path leading deeper into the island. His mind was set, and his purpose clear. The confrontation with Necros was inevitable, and Edgar was ready to face the Dark God with all the power he had amassed. As he stepped forward, his monstrous creations followed, and the island seemed to hold its breath in anticipation of the battle to come. The gateway to Necros. After some time of travelling, Edgar Thornwood finally arrived at the site, a desolate expanse of old ruins and crumbling structures that looked more like a tomb and grave than a temple. The atmosphere was thick with the scent of decay, and the silence was only broken by the occasional whisper of the wind. Edgar wandered through the ruins, searching for an entrance or a place to use the key. But there was nothing but rubble and ruin, no doorways or discernible structures, just the remnants of a once great edifice now lost to time. Frustration began to gnaw at him as he meticulously examined the strange key once more, feeling the powerful aura emanating from it. Determined, Edgar placed the key on an old stone and began to channel his necromantic power into it. He sent his own life energy into the strange key, feeling it respond to his will. It began to glow with an eerie light, and then it grew, the bones stretching and twisting, creating a strange and ominous doorway. As the doorway took shape, Edgar realized why Dr. Thorne had not used it himself. Only a necromancer could reanimate it, using the essence of life and death to activate its hidden power. The doorway now stood before Edgar, a swirling vortex of death and decay, leading directly into Necros' domain. Edgar knew this journey was one from which he would not return. He took a moment to look around, his eyes tracing the outlines of the ruins, the dark sky above, and the world he was about to leave behind. He thought of Lily, the love he had lost and the driving force behind his quest. Raising his voice to the stars, he whispered, "For you, Lily." With resolve, Edgar stepped forward into the swirling vortex, his monstrous creations following obediently. The vortex pulsed with dark energy, engulfing them in its deadly embrace. As Edgar crossed the threshold, the world behind him faded into oblivion, and the cold, oppressive atmosphere of Necros' domain consumed him. The Sea of Death. Stepping into the realm of Necros, Edgar Thornwood was confronted by a desolate landscape. Before him stood a colossal structure made entirely of bone, its grotesque architecture towering ominously against the dark, empty sky. The land around him was a wasteland of death and decay, devoid of life, stretching into infinity. Edgar moved toward the strange bone structure, each step echoing in the eerie silence. As he neared, the ground beneath him began to tremble. From the earth rose the undead, hundreds, then thousands, creating a sea of death that surged toward him. The air was filled with the stench of rot and the sound of clattering bones. "Attack!" Edgar commanded his monstrous creations, and they charged into the mass of undead with fierce determination. Though formidable, they were quickly overwhelmed by the sheer numbers. The sea of death and decay swallowed them, their forms disappearing beneath the relentless tide of skeletal and decayed bodies. Edgar stood alone, the wall of death moving inexorably towards him. He raised his hand and spoke with authority. "You are undead. You will do the bidding of Edgar Thornwood." Channeling his necromantic power, Edgar began to take control of the undead creatures. The first line of the undead turned and started attacking their kin, and as Edgar's influence spread, more and more fell under his command. Slowly, the tide began to turn. The undead parted, creating a walkway towards the bone structure. Edgar moved quickly, his eyes fixed on the entrance ahead. As he reached the massive doors, he glanced back at the unfathomable sight. undead creatures stretching as far as the eye could see, with a front line under his control, holding back the wave of death. With a final push, Edgar stepped through the entrance and shut the heavy bone doors behind him. The sound of the door closing echoed through the structure, a brief respite from the horrors outside. He had passed the first challenge, but he knew the worst was yet to come. As he stood in the dim light of the bone structure, Edgar contemplated the trials that lay ahead. The path to Necros would be fraught with danger, and he could not afford to underestimate the Dark God's power. His resolve hardened. Edgar prepared himself for whatever awaited him in the depths of Necros's domain, the Hall of Reflections. As Edgar moved through the strange corridors, made of bone and decaying flesh, the air grew colder and more oppressive. Each step echoed through the labyrinthine passages, the sound mingling with the whispers of the dead. Up ahead, a familiar figure appeared, the messenger from the old house. The messenger spoke. "Edgar, stop. Go no further. I do not know how you have entered the realm of our Lord, but you must not confront him. You are but a man. You must stop this insanity and give in to the power of our Lord Necros." Edgar replied, his voice unwavering. "Your Lord, not mine. I am no longer Edgar Thornwood. He died many months ago. Now I am neither dead nor alive. I walk between death and constant rebirth. I cannot die, and I will lock Necros in an eternal battle until his strength fades, as mine will not." The messenger's voice trembled with urgency. "Necros is not simply a being you can do battle with. He is the embodiment of living death. He will smite you with but a thought, Edgar." Edgar stepped forward, his gaze steely. "He will try. Now out of my way. I hunger for battle." Edgar moved past the messenger, leaving him confused and conflicted. As he ventured deeper into the structure, the air grew thicker with the scent of decay. He entered a large chamber, its walls adorned with ancient runes and bones. Standing in the shadows were two figures, their presence both familiar and unsettling. He approached, ready for battle, but stopped in his tracks when he recognized them. The first figure was himself, a man before the transformation. The second figure was the Necromancer, Edgar Thornwood, a twisted reflection of what he had become. The man Edgar spoke first, his voice filled with sorrow. "Edgar, stop what you are doing. This is not who we are. We were kind and caring. We had a wonderful life. It's time to end it all and join Lily in death." The Necromancer Edgar then spoke, his voice dripping with malice. "Necros gave you your power. How do you plan to defeat him? You are but an insect to him. Stop this madness. You have no chance. You cannot win." Edgar, in his current form, clenched his fists and spoke with fierce determination. "Yes, I can give up. I can look forward and see no chance at all for success or victory. I can compare myself to the opponent and feel inferior, weak, and useless in awe of their power. I can look at myself with no chance, no hope, and do what I have done my whole life. Put others before me, think others are better, stronger, think I have been given the short straw somehow, and should leave the tough fight for others who are more worthy than me. I could, but I will not." He took a step forward, his voice rising. "I have lived that life. Today I am reborn, and even if I fail, I will so enjoy the fact that I had the guts to make a stand against the impossible. Now get out of my way." With that, the two figures dissolved into dust, their voices fading into the darkness. Edgar moved forward, his resolve unshaken, his eyes set on the path ahead. He could feel the presence of Necros growing stronger, the air heavy with the weight of the Dark God's power. Edgar knew the final confrontation was near, and he steeled himself for the battle that would determine not only his fate, but the balance of power in the realm of the undead. final threshold. Edgar could feel himself drawing closer to Necros. The air grew heavier with every step, charged with an overwhelming energy that seemed to pulse from up ahead. The power of the dark god was palpable, a force that made the very bones of the structure tremble. Suddenly, a voice pierced the oppressive silence, a voice that did not belong in this realm. "Uncle, you must stop. You must not face Necros. Necros must exist to sustain the balance." Edgar turned sharply, his eyes widening in recognition. Before him stood Stephen Lestat, the son of his sister, but no longer the baby he remembered. The boy was now about 5 years old, his innocent eyes filled with a wisdom and sorrow that belied his age. "Stephen," Edgar whispered, his voice a mix of confusion and concern. "What are you doing here?" Stephen looked up at him, his small face solemn. "I am forever connected to Necros. You connected me. The day you touched my head, you condemned me to walk with Necros." Edgar's face twisted in anguish. "How? I do not understand." "He said he has big plans for me, and I must follow in your footsteps, uncle," Stephen replied, his voice steady. Edgar's anger flared, his eyes blazing with fury. "Leave him alone, Necros. He has nothing to do with this." Stephen's expression remained calm, almost resigned. "Uncle, you must not face Necros. You will die." Edgar's voice softened, filled with a sorrowful determination. "I'm already dead, Stephen. Sometimes we have to make a stand, for if not us, then who?" Stephen's form began to dissolve into dust, his small hand reaching out as if to touch Edgar one last time. "Goodbye, uncle." As Stephen disappeared, Edgar turned to face what was surely the entrance to Necros' throne room. The massive doors loomed before him, carved from ancient bone and pulsing with a dark energy. He could feel the presence of the dark god just beyond, a force so immense that it seemed to warp reality itself. Edgar steeled himself, his mind focused and his resolve unbreakable. He had come too far to turn back now. The echoes of his loved ones' voices and the weight of his own transformation fueled his determination. He would confront Necros no matter the cost. With a final deep breath, Edgar pushed open the heavy doors and stepped into the unknown. The throne of Necros. As the heavy doors flew open, Edgar stepped into a vast throne room, worthy of Necros, the god of the undead. The room was cavernous, its high ceiling lost in shadows. Massive pillars, carved from ancient bones, supported the structure, and the walls were adorned with intricate, macabre frescoes, depicting scenes of death and resurrection. The floor was a mosaic of blackened tiles, and a cold, eerie light emanated from the walls, casting long, flickering shadows. In the center of the room stood a throne made of twisted bones and skulls, radiating an aura of dark power. Edgar was in awe as he looked around, half expecting a powerful, monstrous figure to descend upon him at any moment. "Hello, Edgar," a calm voice echoed through the chamber. Edgar turned to see a man standing near the throne, nothing strange or out of the ordinary, just a regular, middle-aged man. "Come in," the voice said. "You are welcome here. I am Necros." Edgar was confused. "Then prepare to fight," he demanded, readying himself. "Oh no, we won't have any of that," Necros replied with a gentle smile. "I am proud of you, my son. You have done things no one else has. You even brought me a gift in this new living death, which I do truly appreciate." Edgar's confusion deepened. "What are you talking about?" "You see, Edgar, I am always portrayed as this evil death god," Necros said, transforming before Edgar's eyes. His form grew, his body becoming a skeletal giant wreathed in fire, his height reaching the towering ceiling. Then he reverted back to his unassuming human form. But I must admit, I grow bored with it. For centuries, I have had to put up with this. Death, as you know, is not a being or a god. It just is. I, on the other hand, could be seen as living death. I conquered death, and my followers survive after death has failed, which makes me more powerful than death itself. Edgar listened, trying to understand. Necros continued, "And herein lies the problem, Edgar. I am all-powerful. I could have stopped you at any time in your journey, but I liked your courage and defiance. Many would have given up in the face of certain defeat, but you thrived in it. You even got that snake of a creature, Thorn, to help you. I can't wait to see what happens when his daddy finds out how he delivered you to me. He's going to be so angry." "But you denied me my Lily," Edgar retorted, "wanting me to serve you for an eternity, forever without her." Necros sighed. "Did you listen to a word I said? I am Necros, god of undeath, more powerful than death itself. You want Lily?" Necros waved his hand, and Lily appeared in the room, looking confused. Her eyes widened in horror as she saw Edgar's decayed appearance, and she cowered back in disgust. Necros waved his hand again, and Edgar's form shifted back to that of the man he once was. "There," Necros said. Lily ran to Edgar, tears streaming down her face. "I missed you, Edgar," she said, clinging to him. Edgar held her, his mind racing. "Is this real, or some kind of trick?" And Necros spoke with a hint of amusement. "The power of undeath is the ultimate power. Not even death can defeat us." As Edgar stood there, holding Lily in his arms, he contemplated his next steps. The reality of Necros' power and the implications of his own journey began to sink in. The ultimate power was within his grasp, but at what cost? The future was uncertain, and the choices he made now would determine the fate of his soul and the world of the living and the dead. The realm of undeath. As Edgar began to realize that this was indeed Lily, he felt his tense muscles relax. He held her close, the warmth of her presence soothing his tormented soul. Necros watched them with a satisfied smile and spoke. "What other power could do this? I have given you power. I have given you courage. And now I give you back the one thing all others took from you. I did not take her from you. It was those eternal living elders. Oh, how I hate them. And Nocturna, their god. He's the worst." Edgar's eyes narrowed. "What do you mean?" Necros continued. "Do you know what is the most annoying thing for us, for undeath? It's those who live forever. They skip death, so they skip the chance to be one of us. But you, Edgar, you managed to kill them and use their power to create something completely new. You shall be high in my command when the war of the gods once again resumes. You shall hold an ace in this war." Necros gestured, and two gigantic doors behind him slowly creaked open, revealing a vast and eerie realm. It was the realm of undeath, where those saved from death by Necros lived in wait until he needed them. The landscape was a twisted reflection of life, with ghostly trees and shadowy figures moving silently in the distance. "For now, you may live here with us, the undead, until such a time," Necros said. "Go, Edgar and Lily. Live free in my realm. Live happy. One day, we will have need of your gifts." Edgar and Lily walked towards the open doors, hand in hand. As they stepped into the realm of undeath, the massive doors began to close behind them. Edgar looked back one last time, seeing Necros standing there, watching them with an inscrutable expression. As the doors shut, Necros transformed from his simple image of a man into his true form, a colossal skeletal god of undeath. He sat on his throne, a sinister smile spreading across his bony face. His eyes glowed with a malevolent light as he called into the void. Nocturna Lasano, continue to build your forces, for nothing can defeat undeath, and now, with the power of living death, you shall fall. The words echoed through the vast emptiness of the realm, a dark promise of the war to come. Necros' laughter filled the throne room, a chilling sound that seemed to make the very bones of the structure tremble. Edgar and Lily found themselves in a place unlike any they had ever known. It was both beautiful and haunting, a testament to Necros' power as they began their new life in the realm of undeath. Edgar couldn't help but wonder what the future held. He had gained so much and yet lost even more, but for now he had Lily by his side, and that was enough. The legacy of Edgar Thornwood. Edgar's sister mourned the loss of her brother deeply. He had disappeared many months ago, and the townsfolk whispered that he could not bear to live without Lily, and had ended it all. Yet no body was ever found. In time, Edgar's home and estate were inherited by his sister and her son, Stephen Lestat. Years passed, and Stephen grew into a curious and adventurous young man. The old house was filled with secrets, and one day, while exploring its many rooms, he stumbled upon a locked door. This door led to the hidden laboratory where Edgar had conducted his dark experiments. Intrigued, Stephen managed to unlock the door and slipped inside. The room was filled with ancient tomes, strange apparatuses, and notebooks filled with Edgar's meticulous notes on necromancy and the supernatural. Stephen's eyes widened with wonder and fascination as he pored over the writings, trying to make sense of the dark knowledge contained within. He felt a strange connection to his uncle, a pull towards the arcane and the forbidden. Unbeknownst to Stephen, he was not alone. In the shadows, a figure watched his every move. Necros, in his human guise, observed the young man with a sinister smile. He had big plans for Stephen Lestat. The boy's destiny was intertwined with his own, and the knowledge Edgar had left behind was the key to unlocking Stephen's potential. Necros' eyes glowed with anticipation as he whispered to himself, "Yes, young Stephen. Explore, learn and grow. Your journey is only beginning, and I have grand designs for you. You will be my instrument, my champion in the war to come." As Stephen delved deeper into Edgar's notes, the weight of his uncle's legacy began to settle on his shoulders. The mysteries of necromancy and the battle against the forces of the undead beckoned to him, promising power and knowledge beyond his wildest dreams. Little did he know, his path was being carefully guided by the dark god himself. In the quiet of the old house, Stephen Lestat's future was being shaped by the shadows. The end of Edgar Thornwood's tale was only the beginning of another, a story of legacy, dark power, and the eternal struggle between life, death, and the forces that sought to control them both. The end.
My tale is not one of joy, but of horror. Only the Professor can tell you my truth.
"1975, somewhere in the English Midlands. The school bell rang like a sentence, not an invitation to learn, but a summons to endure. The children spilled out of the brown brick primary school in their scuffed shoes and faded uniforms, all laughter and motion, except for one boy who moved against the current like a shadow in daylight. Graham Wilkes was 8 years old, but already stooped with a posture that suggested he expected blows, even when none came. His uniform was too tight at the neck, the grey jumper itchy with wear and age. His shoes didn't match. One buckle was broken, the other tied with string. His hair was chopped unevenly, as though cut in punishment rather than care. They called him Gollum behind his back, sometimes to his face. Graham didn't answer. He had learned not to. At home, the door didn't open for him. It slammed when he entered. "Where have you been?" his father barked from the lounge, beer in hand, eyes locked on the screen, but anger aimed at the boy. "School," Graham mumbled. "Don't you mutter at me, you ungrateful little—" His mother didn't speak. She sat beside the father, trembling softly like furniture in a storm. She smoked and looked away as Graham was struck. Not hard, just enough. Always just enough. Dinner was cold beans and threats. His chair had one leg shorter than the rest. The wobble reminded him he existed. Outside, in the overgrown yard behind the council house, Graham found his sanctuary. A patch of cracked concrete, an abandoned bird bath filled with moss, and a small plastic soldier missing an arm. He picked up the soldier like a precious artifact. "You made it through the battle," he whispered, brushing off the dirt. "You're still here." From behind the cracked shed, he pulled out his friends. A box filled with broken toys, stolen from bins, from skips, from gardens, where no one would notice. A doll's head with glassy eyes. A wooden truck with only one wheel. The wing of a plastic plane. A bear missing half its face. He called them the Hollow Ones. He gave them names, stories, voices. "You're my army," he told them. "We'll build a new world, where no one gets shouted at, where broken things belong." And in the fading dusk, as the orange sky turned to bruise, Graham played. Alone, but never truly alone. He lined them up like soldiers, whispered stories into their empty sockets, gave them purpose with his pain. The wind rustled the weeds. A dog barked 3 streets away, and from inside the shed, something clicked, a subtle sound, like plastic shifting without touch. Graham froze. He smiled. They heard me. He didn't know it yet, but something else had too. Something very old. Something that lives in silence and listens when broken children dream. Monday morning came wrapped in fog. It clung to the pavement like shame, thick and grey, and Graham Wilkes walked through it with his head low and his satchel banging against his bony hip. He knew what waited behind the blue doors of St. Bartholomew's Primary. He knew the names they'd call him. He knew the sting of spit in his hair and the slap of a ruler across the back of his hand when the teacher decided he wasn't paying enough attention. He was paying attention, just not to what they taught. In the corridor outside Class 4B, Graham paused. Laughter echoed down the hall, bouncing off the cracked plaster like darts. A pair of boys, Terry and Mark, waited at the door. They wore mischief on their faces like war paint. As Graham neared, Terry whispered something. Mark grinned. Then bang! An elbow caught Graham in the side. "Careful, Gollum," Terry said, mock concern in his voice. "Wouldn't want you to fall. Again." Graham didn't look at them. He stared at the floor tiles. off-white, speckled like eggshells. One had a crack shaped like a lightning bolt. He imagined it was a scar from a battle the floor had survived. He envied it. During lunch, Graham sat alone under the broken shelter behind the bike racks. The wind howled through the gaps in the corrugated roof. It sounded like voices, not cruel ones, whispering ones, gentle. He opened his lunch, a piece of dry bread, one apple slice, and no note. Other boys swapped sweets. They played football. They laughed. He turned away from the noise. They laughed harder. When he looked up again, the apple was gone, and so was his bread. Tuesday he didn't go to school, nor Wednesday. He walked instead to the outskirts of town, where new estates were being built, half-formed homes, skeletons of walls, bricks waiting to be born. He wandered among the ruins of the future. There were skips everywhere, overflowing, and in them broken lamps, snapped plastic chairs, shattered dolls, a headless puppet. Perfect, he thought. He carried his loot home in a sack slung over his back like Santa Claus, but Thursday the truancy officer caught him, dragged him by the collar like a dog with no leash. The headmaster's office was cold, with windows too high to see out of, and a bookcase of unopened Bibles. Mr. Prescott wore thick glasses that magnified his eyes into something insect-like. "You think the world owes you something, do you, boy?" he said. Graham said nothing. "I'll make you understand the consequences of laziness, of failure, of difference." The cane came out like a relic. 5 lashes, each one landing like thunder in Graham's mind. But he didn't cry. He wouldn't. That evening, under bruised clouds, Graham sat in the garden again. His toys were spread out before him on a towel. Cracked dolls, melted plastic soldiers, a rubber snake missing its head, an action figure with a single eye. He worked in silence, fingers nimble with purpose. He glued a doll's head to a plastic horse, replaced the snake's missing head with the jaw of a broken toy shark, taped a soldier's arm where a robot's had been. They looked strange, grotesque, but whole, and in the silence of dusk, Graham spoke. "They laugh because they can't see what I see." He picked up a figure, a stitched-together marionette with a tin soldier's legs and button eyes. "They only understand what's easy, what's normal, but I understand this. I see the broken, and I see what it can become." The wind stirred the grass. "They could never do what I do. They only destroy." He held up his figure. "But I rebuild." He stared at the creature in his hand. They could never reshape what's broken. They could never make something new. He looked at the sky, where one star struggled through the clouds. "But I can." The day Graham Wilkes left school, no one noticed. No ceremony, no farewell. Just a folded letter, reluctantly written by a father too tired to question it, too selfish to care. "You'll help around the house," Graham had promised. "I'll even bring in money." His father grunted and signed. A week later, Graham's name vanished from the school register. The staff breathed a silent sigh of relief. One less problem child. One less red mark on their inspection report. Graham found work at Merton's Butcher's, a brick-walled shop with a rusting awning and a smell that lingered in the soul. He kept his head down, his knife sharp, and his eyes watchful. The cleaver became an extension of his hand. Muscle, fat, tendon, he learned the art of disassembly, of control. But in the shadows of the back room, Graham practiced something else. He stitched, cow hearts sewn to pig lungs, chicken wings stapled onto the haunches of rabbits, tails affixed where no tail should be, flesh woven into creatures no farm nor forest had birthed. "If only I could give you life," he whispered to a sewn-together calf with glass marbles for eyes. "You would understand. What in hell's name is this?" The voice cracked like thunder. Mr. Merton stood at the doorway, face red with rage, mouth twisted in revulsion.
"Put that back! Who do you think you are? Frankenstein?"
Graham blinked. "Who?" That evening, Graham found the book, Frankenstein, or The Modern Prometheus by Mary Shelley, tattered, dog-eared, donated years ago to the charity shop. He read it that night, twice, then again the next day. This wasn't fiction, it was scripture. It spoke of pain, of exile, of a mind too bright to be understood by the dim. He created, because the world gave him no place. Just like Graham, years passed. One became 3, then 7, then 12. His parents died quietly, his mother first, cancer. His father followed 3 months later. Heart, they said. Graham felt nothing. They had been shadows in his world, background noise to the only voice that ever truly mattered, his own. The house, once dim and grey, now lived only for him. And upstairs, in the darkness behind boarded windows, Graham built a new world. The upper floor was unrecognisable. Curtains sewn shut, walls painted black, tables made of steel and scarred wood, jars with preserved eyes, teeth, limbs, books stacked to the ceiling, biology, surgery, philosophy, theology, occultism. Birds with cat heads rested in cages, twitching. Squirrels with plastic doll arms nailed to their sides, suspended in jars of yellowing fluid. A rabbit with no eyes, only a sewn-shut mouth. He called this room the Assembly. And in the centre, Graham, now lean, gaunt, eyes wild with purpose. He did not answer to Graham any more. He called himself Gollum, because he too had been made from dust, because he too had no soul. Yet, they do not understand, Gollum whispered to the twitching creature on the slab. This world is broken, cracked down its middle, held together by lies and the illusion of order. He turned to the rows of cages, to the shivering animals with parts borrowed, traded, stolen. I must fix it. His voice rose. Everything dies too soon. Everything fades. But I can rebuild it. I will make it better. He reached for a worn, stained book. Frankenstein. Its pages curled from use, spine broken from obsession. You knew, didn't you? He said softly to the author, who could not answer. You almost found it. But I'll go further. I will find the secret. He placed the book to his chest and looked upward, eyes wide with defiance and longing. I will defeat death. And something watched, not from the shadows, but behind them, a presence ancient and cold, older than bones, older than gods. It had no eyes, but it saw, no voice, but it listened. It did not breathe, but it hungered. It had watched others play with flesh and fire. It had crushed their ambition into ash. But this one, this Gollum, he was different. He was not trying to become a god. He was trying to replace one. The thing behind the shadows smiled, but said nothing. Not yet. Graham awoke with a jolt. Sweat clung to his skin like old memories. His breath came in short bursts, eyes wide, searching the darkness of his room, though he already knew every crack in the ceiling, every creak of the old floorboards. But the dream still clung to him. Not a nightmare, a memory. The playground, the laughter, the circle of boys closing in, the sting of the word freak, the slap to the back of the head, the sickening crunch of his glasses being snapped under a shoe, the teacher pretending not to see. They had laughed as they broke him. And now, as he sat upright in bed with the house dead silent around him, Graham finally understood. He whispered into the dark, "They tried to bury me, but they didn't know I was soil." He arose and walked to his work table, eyes focused, hands steady. Tools lay in neat rows waiting. "They forged me," he said aloud. "Their cruelty was the hammer, their laughter the flame." He picked up a scalpel and turned it in his fingers, like a conductor preparing for a symphony. "I do not hate them. I understand them." He placed the scalpel down. "They are the broken ones." He looked to the cage in the corner. Something twitched inside, a creature of stitched fur and replaced bones. He smiled. And broken things must be fixed. Terry Mason. That name had lived in the rot of Graham's memory for years. It surfaced now, like a corpse in still water. The boy who led the others. The boy with the cruel smile. The one who spat in Graham's hair and called it rain. Graham found him easily. The world had changed, but people rarely did. A simple walk into town, a newspaper article on local business leaders, a smiling photo, a name. Terry Mason, senior manager at Langley Finance Group. He waited outside the building, face buried in a book, watching, patient, unmoving, like a hunter. And when the doors opened at 5:30, Terry stepped out. A suit, a fine one, polished shoes, the face of a man who had forgotten the things he'd done. Graham moved into his path deliberately. "Hello, Terry?" Terry paused, looked up. His eyes narrowed, then widened. "Graham?" A brief laugh. "Graham Wilkes, isn't it?" "Bloody hell. Long time." He offered a hand. Graham didn't take it. Terry coughed, lowering the gesture. "How you been, mate? God, those were the days, eh? Back at St. Bart's." Graham's eyes were hollow, fixed, unblinking. "I remember them," he said. Terry chuckled. "Yeah, good times. Simple times. Life was easier back then." Graham tilted his head. "For you, maybe." Terry shifted his weight. "So what do you do now? Got a family?" "No," Graham said, "but I fix things." "Oh?" Terry smiled, like a mechanic. "In a manner of speaking." Terry checked his watch. I'd love to chat more, but my girls are waiting. 2 daughters, you know how it is. Wife will kill me if I'm late again." He stepped back. "We should grab a pint sometime. Proper catch-up. Good to see you, Graham. Really." He turned, walked off, didn't look back. Graham followed. At a distance, no longer Graham, Gollum walked silently through the dusk, slipping between streetlight shadows. He watched Terry open the door to a warm home, laughter spilling out. He watched the silhouette of 2 small girls race towards their father. He saw Terry lift them in his arms. He saw the flicker of love, joy, humanity. Gollum said nothing. He merely watched, then turned, walked away. Back home, in the black silence of his converted laboratory, Gollum began to work. The bones were ready, the sinew preserved, the joints reinforced. His scalpel danced. His fingers sang. "This world," he murmured, "needs justice. It needs a hand that cannot be bribed, cannot be reasoned with." He pressed a wire into the chest cavity of a monstrous shape beneath a blood-stained sheet. "It needs an avenger." He opened his worn copy of Frankenstein, running his fingers along the page like a lover's skin. "You failed because you sought love. I do not." He leaned close to the creature. "I seek purpose." And somewhere, beyond time, beyond flesh, beyond the veil of this world, something stirred. It felt the shift. It felt the awakening. It watched. It waited. For when the moment came, it would reach across the void and help Gollum take the next step, not because it wished him well, but because it knew what he would create next would change everything. All things broken long to be whole again. Gollum. The morgue was quiet, not the silence of peace, but the dense, oppressive stillness of stalled time, where the air itself hung heavy with the scent of formaldehyde and loss. Gollum had been watching for weeks. He came at night, staying hidden behind the skip, watching the staff through fogged glass windows. He timed the comings and goings. 12:02, the security guard took his smoke break. 12:06, the junior mortician left to heat up his supper. 12:12, the nurse checked her pager and walked the North Hall for exactly 3 minutes. Every second was mapped, every mistake rehearsed in his mind 100 ways. This wasn't madness. This was engineering. The opportunity came on a Thursday. Rain swept the town. Winds howled like a warning. Perfect cover. Gollum moved like a shadow made flesh, slipping through the side gate left unlocked for the ambulance drivers. He passed under a security camera at exactly the angle it glitched, flickering between frames. He wore hospital scrubs, stolen from a bin behind the hospice, a clipboard in hand, a fake badge clipped to his chest, a plastic ID, crude but enough to blur past suspicion in the haze of routine. The body was tagged John Doe, mid-30s, mangled face, motorcycle crash, unclaimed, unwanted. Gollum placed the transfer sheet in the tray. No one questioned it. By 12:19, the body was gone. Back in the upper floor of his darkened house, the rain drummed the boarded windows like frantic fingers. Gollum stood over the table. The body lay still. "I will call you Igor," he whispered with a small, tight chuckle. "You've already suffered. You've already been torn apart." He leaned in closer. "But I will make you whole." He worked for hours, unseen, unheard. He carved away the scars, reinforced the fractured skull, replaced shattered ribs with steel reinforcements, repaired ligaments, rewired muscle threads, bolted artificial joints into ruined shoulders, eyes of glass, mismatched, one green, one dull grey. He shaved the head bald, then stretched synthetic flesh over the parts too far gone, a grotesque patchwork of life and imitation, and when it was done, when the last suture had been sewn, he stepped back. The creature lay still on the cold metal, motionless, soulless. "You are finished," Gollum whispered. "Igor." His voice cracked, not with fear, but reverence. "I have built you, every fibre, every scar, every fault, corrected." He placed a trembling hand on Igor's chest. "But I have no spark to give you, no divine breath, no lightning storm. I cannot awaken you, my friend." A pause. I would give you my own life, if it meant you could live. The silence deepened, then the shadows shifted, not like light reacting to movement. This was something else. The shadows bent inward, deepening until they turned to void, a darkness without depth, a crack in the world. From it, a voice.
I can give your Igor life.
Gollum did not flinch. He did not tremble. He smiled. I knew you would come, he said, voice steady. Just as the lightning came for Frankenstein, you have come for me. The void pulsed. The voice returned, deeper now, ancient, cold and hungry.
You wish to fix this thing. I can help, but payment must be made.
Gollum stood tall, staring into the abyss.
You, Gollum, must pledge yourself to me.
Yes, he said without hesitation. His voice was not defiance. It was destiny. I have waited my whole life. The void breathed, then whispered.
Then let it be done.
The shadows collapsed inward. The room flashed dark red, black, then vanished into silence once more. Igor twitched. One arm spasmed. A foot jerked violently. Then the whole body arched, chest rising high, as though gasping for breath it no longer needed. His glass eyes rolled and locked onto Gollum. The creature sat upright, mechanical, stiff, but alive. A low metallic groan escaped its throat, then a sound like wet gravel. Its first word, a growl. Gollum stepped forward, his hands outstretched. Life, he whispered, eyes wide with triumph. Life. The creature slid off the table, its movements rough, but deliberate. It stood, towering, breathing, waiting. Gollum looked up into Igor's monstrous face. We have work to do, he said. From somewhere deep beneath the world, a god of death smiled. The pact had been made, and the world had begun to change. The Creator does not seek vengeance. The Creator seeks truth. Gollum. They all need fixing, Gollum said, his voice low, steady, as they stood in the mist of midnight. The air was cold and still. Street lamps flickered behind them. Before them stood the house of Terry Mason. Gollum looked up at the windows, each a soft square of warmth and ignorance. They'd tread down those like me. And you, Igor, he continued, eyes distant. They punish the different, mock the creators, spit on the builders. And for what? For being what they never dared to become. He turned to Igor, hulking, silent, obedient. We must fix them all, Gollum whispered, so that others like us may live, free to be who we are. No masks, no apologies. The back door opened with a wrenching creak. Igor had torn it from the frame as effortlessly as one might open a curtain. They entered. A soft alarm beeped once, then died. Upstairs, footsteps, a child's voice, then, Terry! A woman shouted from above, but it was Terry himself who descended the stairs. He came fast, confused, shirt unbuttoned, barefoot. Then he stopped. He saw Igor, saw the stitched flesh, the black, lifeless eyes, the body shaped by grief, raised by death, moving without a soul. And he broke. His knees buckled, his breath caught. His bladder gave way, soak in the floor beneath him. Then he saw the man behind the monster. Graham. A trembling whisper. Gollum stepped forward. There is no Graham, he said. Only the Gollum remains. Terry's mouth quivered. Why are you doing this? To fix you, said Gollum, "to correct the thing that broke me." He turned to Igor, voice sharp now. "Igor, teach this bully a lesson. Fix him for me." Igor moved, slowly, deliberately, each step a thunderclap, each breath a hiss of machinery and wrath. Terry backed away, arms up, shaking, but then a scream. High, fragile, real. "Don't hurt my daddy." A little girl stood in the doorway to the lounge, tears down her cheeks, hands clenched, love blazing from her tiny eyes like fire. Gollum froze. He looked at her, then at Terry, who had dropped to his knees now, arms out, shielding his daughter, shaking with fear. And in that instant, Gollum saw. This man was not the father Graham had once known. This man had changed. This man loved. And he was loved. He was not perfect, but he was not broken. Not like Graham's father. Not like the world that had raised him. Gollum raised a hand. "Stop." Igor halted. A soft mechanical whine, confused but obedient. "I said stop," Gollum whispered. "I'm sorry." He turned, coat trailing, the smell of formaldehyde and rain clinging to him like regret, and together they walked into the night. In the park, beneath the steel sky, Gollum sat on a bench that creaked under Igor's weight. For a long time he said nothing. Then, "I thought I understood the world, Igor." He stared into the fog, seeing something only he could see. "I thought that to fix it, I needed to punish it. That I was the only one strong enough to reshape the broken." He glanced at Igor, whose head tilted just slightly, listening. "But I was wrong. I am broken. Not because they mocked me, but because I let their mockery define me." His voice trembled, not from weakness, but from revelation. "I told myself I didn't care what they thought, that I'd risen above them. But the truth is, I cared more than any of them ever did. Their hate built me." He looked to his hand, the hand that stitched, the hand that brought pieces together. "I didn't become a creator. I became their reflection, twisted, cold. I let them turn my gift into a weapon." He stood. "I wanted the world to accept me as I am, but I was willing to destroy it to make that happen." He breathed deep. "Creation is not vengeance. Creation is truth, and truth doesn't need their permission." He looked up to the sky, the first hint of dawn crack in the horizon. "I thought the world wouldn't allow a creator to exist, but the truth is, I wouldn't allow myself to exist." A long pause. "I am the Golem. But now, I must decide what I will become. And in the realm beyond flesh and form, Necros watched. Not with anger, not with disappointment, but with interest. The game had shifted. The pawn had started thinking, and even gods knew to be wary when a creator began to question his purpose.
When the world breaks you, you have two choices. Become the wreckage, or become the architect. Necros.
The Golem stood upon the threshold of the world. The sky above him was flat, colourless. The park behind him was empty. The town beyond, silent. No more to fix. No more to fight. No more to prove. Before him, the void had opened. It was not black. It was beyond black. It devoured the light around it, drank the meaning from the air. It was absence made manifest. And from that, nothingness. A voice. Low, endless, not loud, but final.
You have paid your whole life, Graham. The pain, the bullying, the mockery, the shame. All of it was the price of this moment.
Gollum did not answer. He listened. For the first time, not with hurt, not with rage, with clarity. The voice, Necros, continued.
You believed they broke you, but it was your hunger for their recognition that left you shattered. You let their laughter build your identity. You let their blindness guide your path.
A wind swept out from the void, not cold but vast, as though truth itself had exhaled.
You tried to be more than them, but you still needed them to see it. And so you built, not to create but to be seen. You stitched together, meaning from scraps of approval.
Gollum lowered his head, not in shame, but in understanding. Necros spoke again, now like a philosopher, speaking to his final student.
The creator who bends to the opinions of others becomes a servant. He will not build temples, he will build cages for himself and for the world. To care what they think is to hand them the pen that writes your story. They did not make you suffer because you were wrong. They made you suffer because they feared that you might be right. You did not fail because you were different. You failed because you wanted them to decide if different was worthy.
Gollum's eyes burned, not with tears. He had none left, but with something new. Release. Necros whispered now, intimate, like shadow upon bone.
Come to me, Graham. In my realm, you can begin again. I do not need victims, I need creators. I need those who build not for applause, but because they must, because creation is truth. Your time here is at an end.
Gollum turned to Igor. The creature tilted its head slightly, silent as always. Together they stepped forward, toward the void. The world behind them did not cry out. There were no sirens, no lights, no goodbyes. Only the soft sound of boots on dirt, and as they reached the edge, where reality thinned and truth revealed itself, Gollum whispered one last thought. I was not made by pain. I was forged by it. He stepped into the darkness. Igor followed, and they vanished, not into death, but into purpose. Somewhere far beyond this world, a new one is being built, and its architects are those who refuse to let the broken define them. They do not seek approval. They do not ask permission. They build because they must. End. The rain tapped softly on the window pane of a small candlelit flat in Whitechapel. Inside, Margaret Holloway, a grief-stricken widow in her late 40s, sat hunched over a séance table, her trembling hands clutching a silver locket. Her eyes, sunken and rimmed with sleepless sorrow, never left the flickering candle at the table's centre. She whispered her husband's name again and again. Thomas, please, if you're there, speak to me. Behind her, the room remained deathly still, the only sound being the occasional creak of old wood under the weight of time. Then, The candle's flame grew tall, stretching unnaturally upward before flickering out. In its place, a cold mist coiled from the base, snaking around the room like smoke made of whispers. From the center of the smoke emerged a form, soft, indistinct, but heartbreakingly familiar. "Margaret," it said, in Thomas's voice. Her breath caught. She leaned forward. "Thomas. Oh God, is it really you?" The form reached out a hand. "Come, my love. Just one step closer." Tears spilled down Margaret's cheeks. She rose slowly, drawn by the illusion of comfort. She stepped forward into the veil of smoke and vanished. Beyond the veil, the air shifted. The warm, candle-lit room was gone, replaced by a chilling expanse of grey fog and muted shadows. A ghostly forest twisted and groaned under a sky that never turned day or night. Shapes danced in the mist, illusions, echoes of lost moments. Margaret stood in the center of a cobblestone path, confused. The form of Thomas had vanished, replaced by a long, winding road leading to a crumbling manor suspended over a black abyss. From the shadows stepped a figure, draped in velvet robes the color of dried blood. His skin was grey and cracked like aged parchment, eyes glowing faintly blue with the light of 1,000 stolen souls. He smiled, revealing sharp, 2 white teeth. "Welcome, dear heart." Margaret gasped. "Where am I? Where is Thomas?" The figure tilted his head, eyes glinting with amusement. "Your beloved. You followed the voice of memory into my sanctuary. I am Lord Etrigan Varro, keeper of the soul-thin realm. You sought the dead, and now you join them." Before she could scream, spectral chains slithered from the ground, wrapping her limbs in silence. Her mouth opened, but no sound escaped. Her body faded, becoming a silhouette of smoke, and then vanished into the swirling winds of the ghost realm. Lord Varro turned and walked through the dead forest, each step renewing the decaying trees and broken skies. With every soul that entered, his power grew. The realm was no afterlife. It was a prison, stitched together by misery and longing, fed by the emotions of the damned. His victims remained, not as themselves, but as fragments, echoes, their pain an eternal harvest. Each whisper of regret, every pang of grief was a morsel for the realm to consume, and in turn, it fed its master. Lord Varro had not always been a monster. Born in 1463 to a noble family in northern France, he was a prodigy of occult study, his talents discovered in the crypts beneath the Abbey of Montfaucon. It was there he first spoke with the dead and felt the cold hand of the void caress his spirit. Cast out by both church and kin, he vanished into legend. But he had not died. In secret, he performed the ritual of the binding breath, offering his mortal soul to the nether beyond in exchange for dominion over what lies between life and death. And from that pact, the soul-thin realm was born, a hidden domain shaped by sorrow, sustained by the departed who wandered too far in their search for closure. He did not hunt. He lured. Through seances, haunted dreams, and whispered promises in the dark, he became the echo of every lost voice. And when the grieving reached out, he was there to pull them in. The realm hungered always, and Varro fed it, and was fed in return. He paused at the balcony of his manor, gazing over the ever-stretching fog and forest of faded souls, smiling as Margaret's essence joined the eternal chorus. "Another note in the symphony of sorrow," he whispered, and the mist curled tighter around his throne. The soul-thin realm groaned. Grey fog churned sluggishly, and the sky, once an endless dome of static twilight, began to flicker with strange pulses of shadow. Lord Vero stood in the centre of his manor's great hall, his skeletal fingers pressed to a cold, obsidian wall veined with cracks. He recoiled, coughing, a sound dry and pitiful. His once vibrant robe hung loose around his wasted frame. The faint glow in his eyes had dimmed. The forest outside no longer responded to his will. Leaves had begun to fall, brittle and dull. "This is not enough," he snarled, voice echoing across the empty corridors. "I need more." He staggered forward, leaning heavily on his ornate cane. Each step dragged. "As the world evolves," he spat, "fewer place their faith in the spirits. The foolish no longer call to the dead as they once did. I am starving for souls." He slammed a hand against the wall. Dust fell like ash. "I must venture into their world. I must find a way to bring the souls to me, or fade into oblivion." At that moment, something in the air shimmered. A slit, no longer than a dagger's blade, appeared mid-air, a jagged wound in reality, faintly glowing with the light of the mortal world. It hissed like a living thing. Vero approached, breath quickening. He placed his hand upon it, and the veil parted. He stepped through. Night in the mortal world. A narrow London alley, slick with rain. A homeless man shuffled along, muttering to himself beneath a thin blanket. The rift tore open silently behind him. Vero stepped out. A relic of centuries past, robed in velvet and shadow, his boots silent against the wet concrete. His presence brought with it the scent of dust and decay. The man turned, startled. Vero reached out. His ghostly hand passed through the man's chest, pulling from him not a soul, but the sensation of warmth, of life. The man collapsed, unconscious. Vero stood above him, sneering at the coarse, modern clothes. He crouched and began to strip the man of his garments, slipping them awkwardly over his ancient frame. Moments later, he stood beneath a flickering street lamp, clad in ill-fitting jeans and a tattered hoodie. The clothes hung oddly from his skeletal figure, but he pulled the hood over his head and began to walk. Passers-by barely noticed him. To them, he was just another aged man lost in the streets. But there was nothing living behind those pale, flickering eyes. He looked up at the skyline of the waking world. "Let them hide in their noise and light," he whispered. "I will find them. I will take them, and they will feed my realm once more." The fog of his home realm trailed faintly behind his steps, disappearing into the cracks of the waking world. Thunder rolled above the twisted spires of Thornwood Manor, nestled deep in a forgotten woodland where the modern world dared not linger beneath the surface. Through stone halls and shadowed stairwells, a hidden laboratory pulsed with dark energy and scientific brilliance fused into one. Stephen Lestat stood beneath a hanging iron chandelier, its wax-dripped candles casting long, flickering shadows across his laboratory. Blonde hair swept back from his face, his chiseled jaw set in focus as he leaned over a slab of obsidian etched with sigils few dared speak aloud. Worn gloves covered his hands, stained with reagents both chemical and organic. The lab was a mix of brilliance and horror. Shelves lined with anatomy journals, beside crumbling tomes of necromantic rituals, preserved specimens next to rune-carved skulls, and tubes pulsing with unnatural light. Vats hummed with life or something near to it. A portrait on the far wall watched silently. The stern face of Edgar Thornwood, Stephen's uncle and the former master of the manor, stared with eyes forever locked in secret. His expression was unreadable, but his presence in the room was palpable. Edgar had vanished decades ago, leaving the manor and all within to Stephen and his mother, a woman now long dead, her ashes still resting beneath a black urn engraved with death's mark. Stephen worked alone now. His genius in biology had taken him far, once praised by academics, until his work grew unorthodox. He had gone deeper than any before him, mastering both science and sorcery, becoming something beyond mortal understanding. Tonight, he was reanimating something small, a raven stripped to bone, with sinew drawn from the ether. His voice echoed low, reciting ancient syllables, even as his scalpel etched precise cuts into the bone. A violet glow shimmered through the veins of the bird's corpse. Then he stopped. A wave of cold washed over him, not of temperature, but of essence. The laboratory's candles flickered as though startled. Something ancient had stirred. He stood upright, eyes narrowing. He felt it. "Someone is disturbing the cycle," he whispered. He closed his eyes, extending his awareness into the cracks between realms. The stench of corrupted souls flooded his senses. Death was being siphoned, stolen unnaturally, not by accident, by intention. The energy was powerful, steeped in suffering, controlled. Stephen stepped back, exhaling. "This is not mortal," he muttered. "Someone has found the seams and is feeding from them." Was it a rival, a threat to his work, or perhaps a kindred spirit? His gloved hand reached for a ceremonial dagger, its blade shaped like a serpent's tongue. He held it tightly, staring into the void that pulsed at the far corner of his lab, a gate he had yet to open. "If this force serves Necros, god of death," he said softly, "then it may be an ally." He turned to the portrait of Edgar Thornwood. "Is this your doing, old man, or have you sent me a gift?" Whatever it was, it had stirred the attention of Stephen Lestat, and he would follow the thread, even if it led him to hell itself. The night swallowed the city in silence. Lord Etrigan Verrill walked beneath the flickering lamplights, his steps slow, deliberate, as if the very ground whispered secrets to him. Clad in stolen rags, the form of a frail old man masked the monstrous truth beneath. His eyes, glowing faintly through the shadow of his hood, darted left and right with growing urgency. He paused in a narrow alleyway, surrounded by brick walls slick with moss and rain, and there he felt it, a ripple, a tremor in the very weave of existence, a pulse unlike any soul he had consumed. It was raw, ancient, brimming not just with sorrow, but with purpose. Verro inhaled deeply, the breath catching in his throat like fine wine. "I feel you," he rasped. "A soul of Necros himself, anointed, ancient, potent. Your essence will feed me for years to come." His lips curled into a twisted grin. "And I shall savour every moment." He turned, his body moving with new hunger, following the invisible trail left by the disturbance. Each step brought him closer to Thornwood Manor, a place soaked in forgotten rites and buried lineage. Beneath the earth, within his laboratory, Stephen Lestat pulled on a heavy coat lined with dark leather and silver stitching. He slipped his fingers into a bracer etched with necrotic runes, tightened the straps, and cast one last glance at his Ravencraft creation, now resting silently in a glass chamber. "The pull grows stronger," he murmured. "Whoever you are, you're drawing on death like an open wound." He turned toward the stairwell, ready to ascend and leave the manor, when knock, knock, knock. 3 sharp raps on the heavy wooden door above. Stephen paused. He hadn't received visitors in years. His eyes narrowed. Curious. He climbed slowly, every sense on alert. As he unlatched the door, a gust of cold air rushed in, carrying with it the scent of damp stone and something older. Decay. There stood a hunched figure in a long coat, his face partially shadowed beneath the hood. Yet even hidden, the faint shimmer of unnatural light flickered in his gaze. "Evening," the figure croaked. "I apologize for intruding. I am a traveller, one who walks in death's shadow. I felt a kinship and followed it here." Stephen's brow furrowed. His voice remained calm. "Is that so?" The figure smiled. Teeth too perfect, too white. "I go by Etrigan, and you're Lestat, yes? Nephew of Edgar Thornwood, a legend in his time." Stephen said nothing, but stepped aside. "Come in." Vero entered slowly, eyes scanning the laboratory with a mixture of hunger and admiration. The air was thick with magic, rituals half finished, and experiments locked in stasis. Stephen folded his arms, watching the man carefully. "You knew my uncle?" "In passing," Vero lied smoothly. "Our paths crossed in the deeper places. I thought him insightful, and perhaps now you walk further than even he dared." Stephen tilted his head slightly. "What do you want?" "A proposal," Vero said, his voice low and tempting. "We are not so different, you and I. 2 practitioners of forgotten knowledge, but the world has grown cold to our kind. Together, we could build something more." Stephen raised an eyebrow. "You speak of an alliance?" Vero nodded. "A realm shared, a gate between yours and mine. We could feed it together. Souls split equally, knowledge exchanged. You of science, I of spirits. A beneficial arrangement." Stephen said nothing for a long moment. He could sense the lie beneath the offer. Vero's soul was riddled with deception, a maze of betrayal, but deeper still, woven in the man's very being, was something real. Death, not just as a concept, but as a presence. Stephen heard the faintest echo of Necros, like a whisper in his mind, a pull, and not of fear, but destiny. "Will you offer a portal?" Stephen asked finally. Vero smiled. "I can open the veil. Let you see what most mortals never will, the soul-thin realm where death breathes." Stephen narrowed his eyes. He knew it was a trap, but he was no mere mortal. He bore the favour of Necros, and in the black heart of Death's dominion there was power waiting to be taken. "I accept," Stephen said. Vero bowed slightly. "Then let us begin." He stepped to the centre of the lab, dragging a clawed finger through the air. A soft rip echoed like silk tearing. A slit opened, a jagged wound in space, glowing with cold light and whispers from beyond. Fog spilled into the room. Stephen tightened the bracer on his wrist, drew his coat close, and walked beside the creature that meant to devour him. They stepped through together, and the veil closed behind them. The portal sealed behind them with a final hiss, as if reality itself exhaled its last breath. Stephen Lestat stood tall, eyes slowly adjusting to the grey-tinted gloom of the soul-thin realm. The air was thick with grief and cold memory, the sky above a muted smear of shadows. the ground cracking with the silent screams of 1,000 trapped souls. Vero, now fully in his element, let out a low, triumphant chuckle. It soon broke into open, mocking laughter. "Oh, for one so powerful," he sneered, circling Stephen like a spider. "You are so easily led. You stepped through willingly, now you are mine." He raised his arms, the folds of his coat fluttering like the wings of some skeletal bat. "This place will drink your essence slowly, deliciously, a soul infused with Necros himself. Ah, you will sustain me for many years to come, you fool." Stephen said nothing at first. He simply looked around. He felt it. Down to his very core, the entire realm pulsed with death, not as a concept, but as a structure. Souls wailed beneath the soil, whispering in the wind, drifting like ash through the air. He understood now. This place was built on agony, carved from the essence of those lured to their doom. He turned to Vero, his expression unreadable. "Indeed," Stephen said calmly. Vero's grin widened. With a snap of his fingers, the very fabric of the realm responded. From the ashen ground, the spectral chains erupted like vipers, hissing through the air, coiling towards Stephen with hunger in their spectral eyes. "Feed!" Vero commanded. The chains struck, but just before they wrapped around him, Stephen lifted his hand, palm glowing with necrotic energy. His voice echoed like a command from beneath 1,000 graves. "I think not." The chains shattered into dust. Vero recoiled, eyes wide, the confidence melting from his face. "Impossible!" Stephen took a step forward. The fog shifted around him like a cloak obeying its true master. "This place is death," he said, his voice low and laced with power. "Fueled by death, forged from death. Did you think Necros held no dominion here?" He raised his hand once more. The ground trembled. Cracks spiderwebbed through the cobbled path. From the fractures, hands emerged, rotted, clawed, grasping. The dead rose slowly, their hollow eyes glowing faintly with a will not their own. Only 5 emerged. Stephen didn't need more. "That will suffice," he whispered. Vero backed away, snarling. "You think you can challenge me in my realm?" Stephen smiled. "I'm not here to challenge you, Vero. I'm here to take what you've stolen. The powers you used to build this place. The siphons, the rituals, the soul anchors. I feel them all. They're crude, but useful." He stepped closer, the risen dead falling in behind him like loyal shades. "Let's talk," Stephen said, his voice now like cold iron. "About what you really know. About the magic you used to anchor this prison. Because I think your work will serve me and my master very well." The wind howled through the soul-thin realm. Vero no longer smiled. The silence of the soul-thin realm was broken only by the soft groaning of the earth beneath Stephen Lestat's boots. His summoned dead stood behind him, weapons drawn, their presence stabilizing the thrum of necrotic energy around him. Vero had vanished, but Stephen believed he had the upper hand. He stared into the swirling fog. "You underestimated me," he said aloud. Then a slow, deliberate clap echoed from the mist. Vero stepped forward, his pale lips twisted into a smile, far too calm for a man who should have been cornered. "Well done, Lestat," he said, his voice laced with something new. Not fear, but respect. "You have lived up to your uncle's name. Edgar would be impressed. And yes, Necros is with you. That much is clear." His smile widened unnaturally. "But there's one thing. Necromancer. You're in my realm." Stephen narrowed his eyes. Vero's voice darkened, his arms outstretched as he gestured to the very air around them. Each moment you dwell here, this place feeds off you. Can't you feel it? The slow drain, the shift of power. This ghost realm, my realm, is feeding. Stephen's brow furrowed. I can feel your strength, Vero continued. So cast, so brilliant, and I can feel it bleeding into the stone, the air into me. You don't have long, Stephen. Soon you'll be too weak to resist, and then I'll feed on what remains. Stephen clenched his jaw. He could feel it, a steady siphoning, like his blood being pulled through unseen roots. The realm itself drank from him, and Vero's presence now shimmered brighter in its wake. Undead, attack! Stephen snapped. His 5 summoned corpses lunged forward, weapons raised, but the fog swallowed them whole. Vero was gone. Only the whisper of his voice remained in the air, like a curse carved into the wind. You don't have long, Lestat. I can wait. I have all eternity. You do not. So come find me, if you dare. A low, echoing laugh drifted on the wind, fading into the ever-turning mist. Stephen stood still, fists clenched at his sides. He had been played. He couldn't leave this place, not without Vero's knowledge, and every breath, every heartbeat he lingered, weakened him further. The power of Necros was within him, but even that had limits here, in a world stitched from stolen souls. There was no choice now. He would have to hunt Vero in the twisted depths of the soul-thin realm. He would have to track the architect of this decaying prison, force him to reveal the secrets of its construction, and find a way to sever its grip before it consumed him completely. Stephen took a step forward into the fog. The game had changed. Continued in part 2. Mists pressed tighter in the soul-thin realm, thickening like clotting blood. Time did not pass here, not as mortals knew it, but Stephen Lestat felt every moment bleed from him like ink from torn parchment. His breath came slow, his power dimmed, the realm fed on him. The very ground beneath his feet drank from his soul. He dropped to one knee, pressing a gloved hand into the cold, cracked earth. Necros, he whispered, his voice carried not by wind, but by will. The answer did not come in words, but in a presence, vast, silent, eternal. It loomed behind the fog, watching. A god did not speak unless it chose to, and Necros, god of the undead, had already chosen his vessel. Stephen closed his eyes. I can feel it, he said, barely above a whisper. This realm, it's draining me. Slowly, constantly. Every breath, every thought is feeding Vero and his cursed realm. I don't have long. He leaned forward, both hands now against the ashen soil. The faint hum of lost souls vibrated beneath the surface. A subtle, tortured rhythm. But the dead are here. I can feel them. So many. They are not free, but they are bound to this place, holding it together like bone holds flesh. He opened his eyes, glowing faintly now with a sickly white fire. I will draw them from every corner of this place. They will rise, not for Vero, not for vengeance, but for me, for Necros. The air split with a thunderous crack as Stephen drove his hands deeper into the earth, pouring his will outward like a shock wave. His voice boomed through the fog. Rise! The ground split and trembled. From the chasms they came, hundreds, first as hands, clawing at the surface, some skeletal, some rotted, others still bound in the armour or garments they wore in life. Then faces emerged, hollow-eyed and snarling, followed by the full figures of the damned. Legion upon legion of the dead poured forth from beneath the cursed soil, rising as one. Stephen stood tall, surrounded now by his army. The stolen dead of Vero's prison turned against their captor. He smiled. You think to trap me in a place of death, he said, raising his hand to the seething sky, when Necros is with me. Fool! The undead turned as one to face him, then bowed their heads slightly, not in submission, but in unity. They felt his power. They knew their master. Then they began to move, not slowly, but with purpose. Groups of them vanished into the fog, forming hunting packs like spectral wolves unleashed into a dying forest. Their minds were gone, but their rage was eternal, and their target was Veror. They would seek him, find him, tear him from the shadows of his own realm, and deliver him to their new master, Stephen Lestat. Within the heart of the soul-thin realm, buried beneath layers of fog and forgotten screams, stood Vero's towering manor, cracked, crooked, yet still defiant. Its halls were hollow, echoing with the whispers of the trapped and the damned. This was not a place of comfort, but a throne of torment, and its master reclined there, smiling. Lord Etrigan Vero sat upon his high-backed chair of bone and black stone, the flickering essence of stolen souls casting eerie shadows across his face. He laughed, a long, cold, dry sound that carried through the dead walls of his fortress. This is my realm, Lestat, he muttered with grim delight. I have survived here for centuries. You cannot last forever. Every moment you stand in my world, you feed me. He raised his hand and clenched it into a fist, as if squeezing Stephen's soul from afar. Soon your power will dwindle, and then it will be mine. I will control the dead once more. You, Necros' precious champion, will be nothing but a resource, a feast, one I will savour for many years to come. His eyes narrowed suddenly. He felt it. A disturbance. No many. The souls he had harvested over generations, bound to this realm by deception and pain, were moving. The dead were no longer resting. Vero's expression twisted into something darker. You dare turn them against me? He stood and walked to the wide, arched window overlooking the valley of his domain. The ground below rippled with movement. Countless undead, animated by Stephen Lestat's will, stalked the terrain in massive hunting packs, driven by fury and divine command. Vero sneered. You summon legions, Necromancer. You forget. I built this world from the bones of the desperate. I lured every soul you command. He raised one thin, withered arm, fingers outstretched like crooked branches. I have a few tricks of my own, Lestat. From the dark corners of the room, The walls groaned. Wisps of violet mist curled from the floor, and then they appeared. Figures, faint, translucent, hollow-eyed, the spirits of the damned, souls so consumed by grief and rage they had lost all memory of who they were. These were not corpses raised from death. They were pure death. They drifted, shrieking silently, their faces ever shifting between sorrow and wrath. Vero smiled. "Let's see," he whispered, "how your undead meet my dead." With a swift gesture, the spirit screamed into the sky and vanished, racing across the haunted landscape toward the oncoming hordes. A tide of shrieking wraiths, unstoppable in their speed, unbound by form or flesh. The collision was inevitable, and in the silence that followed Vero's command, he whispered again, "Come find me, Lestat, if you survive." The soul-thin realm moaned as two forces of death surged toward each other across the ruined expanse. From the fog, the undead came shambling forward, not soldiers, not warriors, but the broken corpses of those who had been lured into this prison over centuries. Their flesh hung in strips, some with limbs twisted or missing, their jaws slack, eyes empty of all but the faintest flicker of necrotic will. They stumbled, crawled, and lurched toward their prey, driven by a single command, bound not by weapons, but by the raw power of Stephen Lestat. From the opposite horizon came the spirits of the damned, swift, shrieking shades of pure agony. They wept, wailed, and screamed through the air in twisting arcs of ghostly white. Their forms flickered with rage and torment, their faces shifting between anguish and fury. They moved like a storm made of sorrow. And then, impact. The first wave of spirits tore through the stumbling dead like fire through dry grass. Rotting torsos exploded as ghostly forms sliced through them. Heads snapped from necks. Limbs withered and collapsed. There was no defense. The undead could only reach with decaying fingers, swiping at phantoms they could not touch. A corpse stumbled forward, arms raised in a desperate grasp, only for a spirit to pass through its chest, imploding it into a heap of dust and bone. Another undead figure fell as three spirits spiraled around it, stripping the last of its decayed flesh in a blink, leaving only a quivering skull behind. The undead tried to overwhelm by numbers, dragging themselves forward in clusters, reaching, moaning, but they were little more than kindling for the spiritual blaze sweeping through them. From atop his distant tower, Vero watched and laughed. "Not so smug now, Lestat," he said with a cruel grin. "You send husks to fight the dead. You command the remains of those I devoured long ago. This realm belongs to me." Beneath the choking fog, the earth shuddered, and a silhouette appeared. Stephen Lestat stepped into view, calm, composed, his coat trailing behind him like a veil of mourning. He walked across the battlefield without haste, weaving through the crumbling remains of his fallen undead. Spirits hovered and circled above, watching him, shrieking low and restless. From his perch, Vero leaned forward, eyes narrowing. Stephen stopped in the centre of the ruin, the air tense, humming with ghostly energy, and the spirits surged. A wave of tortured souls screamed down toward him. A torrent of wrath and sorrow, ready to consume his flesh, his power, his very essence. Vero stood, watching from afar. "Could this be it?" he murmured, heart pounding with glee. "Will the spirits finally take him?" Stephen Lestat stood motionless, arms lowered at his sides, as the swarm of screaming spirits rushed toward him, ready to tear him apart. The fog swallowed him whole, and the realm fell silent. The spirits of the damned screamed as they descended towards Stephen Lestat, a hurricane of anguish and wrath ready to shred him from existence. But Stephen did not run. He raised both arms to the sky. The ground cracked. From the broken earth, a handful of undead rose. No armour, no weapons, just decaying corpses, hollow and shambling, their bones brittle, their flesh barely clinging. They stumble forward, stopping between Stephen and the oncoming spectral storm. Far away, watching from the shadowed balcony of his manor, Vero laughed. "Do you truly think these few will protect you?" he called into the wind. "When hundreds of your horde were torn apart like meat. This is your final act, Lestat. A pathetic cluster of corpses." Stephen said nothing. The spirits raced forward, wailing louder, their faces twisted in grief and fury, until suddenly they stopped. Just feet away from the shambling corpses, the spirits froze in place. The mist stilled. Their shrieks softened into gasps, then sobs. Vero's smile faltered. "What are you doing?" he hissed. "Destroy them. Why do you stop?" Stephen looked up slowly, the faint glow of death still burning in his eyes. He stepped forward between the small line of undead, standing among them as if they were kin. "These bodies," he said softly, "are not just dead. They are your bodies." The spirits wept, not with sorrow alone, but recognition. These hollow, rotting husks were the very shells they had once inhabited, stolen and discarded, left to rot beneath Vero's realm. Stephen raised his voice, not in command, but in promise. "Be free," he said. "You who have been trapped in this false place of death, I promise you, you will be free. Free to serve the true god of death. Free to pass on or rise with purpose. Free to serve Necros, the keeper of souls, not this impostor." The spirits trembled. Their forms flickered and pulsed. Faces once contorted in rage began to shift, softening, clearing. Eyes widened as their chains, once unseen, began to fall away. Then came the scream, not of rage, but of vengeance. A chorus of wailing fury erupted from the spirits as they turned their gaze back toward Vero's distant manor. They remembered. They knew. And they wanted him. Stephen smiled and took a step forward. "Take me to him." The spirits turned and drifted ahead like spectral scouts, guiding him through the wasteland. With every step Stephen took, he raised his hand, and more undead rose from the ground behind him. The forgotten, the lost, the discarded. They did not claw or bite now. They followed. He was no longer the hunted. He was the master of death. "You who have cheated Necros," Stephen bellowed towards the horizon, "and cheated the very souls of their rightful place, you will now suffer." In his manner, Vero stumbled back from the window, his expression twisting, no longer amused, no longer smug, but afraid. "No," he whispered. "I must escape. This cannot be." But the realm groaned with shifting allegiance. The spirits had turned. The dead had risen. And though Stephen was still being drained with every breath, his will would not break. His time was short, but nothing would stop him from reaching his prize. Stephen Lestat stood among the swirling spirits, his gaze fixed in the direction of Vero's manor. Around him, the dead shifted in uneasy silence, awaiting command. He raised a hand and spoke with quiet finality. "Take him. Like arrows of pale fire, the spirits of the damned streaked through the sky, their wails rising into the dark heavens as they raced toward Varro's lair. Inside the manor, Varro's skeletal fingers trembled as he slashed the air with desperate gestures. A small rift began to form, a swirling slit in reality, barely stable, just wide enough to escape through. He stepped toward it and stopped. A spirit hovered before the portal, eyes glowing with mournful fury. The escape was blocked. Varro spun around, heart pounding in panic. Another spirit appeared behind him, then another and another. They circled him like wolves around a wounded stag. "No!" he screamed. "This cannot be!" The ancient wood of the manor groaned, then exploded inward. The front door shattered into splinters as the undead surged through the threshold, their rotten limbs dragging, their lifeless eyes fixed on one purpose. But they did not attack. They parted like a tide, forming a solemn, shambling path. At the end of it stood Stephen Lestat. He stepped forward slowly, the silence thick around him. "Well, well," he said, voice like a blade through mist. "Trying to run away?" Varro backed into a crumbling column, breathing hard, wild-eyed. "Please," he rasped, "have mercy. We are the same, you and I. We seek power through death. We can work together, unite, with your strength and my knowledge. We can control death and live forever." Stephen tilted his head, amused. "Only death is forever," he replied, "and it's not yours to control, or mine." He stepped closer. The spirits watched, hovering, waiting. "We are simply a part of death," Lestat continued, his voice deepening with conviction. "For what is more powerful than death itself, the end of all things? Nothing escapes it, nothing defeats it. It simply is. And when it desires me, I will follow it willingly." He stopped inches from Varro. "What need have I for life, when death is my master?" Varro dropped to his knees. "Please, please, I beg you." Lestat's expression turned to stone. "How pathetic," he said coldly. "You, who are without mercy, now plead for it. What mercy did you show these souls? How many lives did you consume to extend your cursed existence?" The spirits closed in tighter, silent, judging. "But," Lestat added, a flicker of strategy flashing behind his eyes, "we may be able to strike a bargain yet." Varro's eyes widened with hope. "Yes, yes, anything." Stephen circled slowly, like a lion in control of the hunt. "Tell me how you built this place, this abomination. Tell me how you travel between realms. Every thread, every ritual, every secret." Varro nodded frantically, desperation oozing from his every word. "Yes, I will. I'll show you everything. I can help you, please." The spirits hovered behind him, their silent judgment unchanged. Stephen crossed his arms and stared down at the man who had once ruled this prison of souls. "For your sake," he said, "you'd better hope your knowledge is worth the price." And the shadows whispered, waiting for judgment. Hours passed in the ruin of Varro's manor. The once mighty sorcerer now knelt in broken submission, drained not of power, but pride. The torches burned low, casting long shadows across the shattered chamber as Stephen Lestat stood tall, absorbing every word like a scholar, gathering forbidden truth. Varro had revealed it all. The sigils, the binding rites, the ancient doorways carved into the folds between life and death. He had spoken of anchor rituals, soul threads, spectral bindings and whispers of others, older than him, deeper in their corruption, ghost realms, ghost worlds. Stephen stood silently, arms folded, eyes thoughtful. Finally, he spoke. "Thank you, Vero. That information is very valuable indeed. Well worth keeping you alive." Vero, hunched and trembling, allowed a sliver of a smile to curl across his withered lips. Yes, I told you I was useful," he rasped. "I can still be—" "You certainly were," Stephen interrupted, turning his gaze toward the swirling air behind him. "But no longer." He lifted his hand with quiet grace, slicing the air with a simple, elegant motion. A glowing slit opened, the fabric of the soul-thin realm tearing with a hiss, revealing the path back to the mortal world, his home. Stephen stepped forward and turned one last time. Behind him, the spirits of the damned hovered, still and silent. The undead stood in reverence. Stephen's voice rang with finality. "He is yours." Then he stepped through the portal, calm, composed, and vanished. Behind him, Vero's scream rose like a storm, echoing across the realm. The air cracked. The walls groaned. The very ground of the soul-thin realm began to collapse in on itself as the stolen souls were freed, drifting upward, no longer chained, no longer consumed. Vero's essence was devoured by the very forces he once commanded, and the soul-thin realm was no more. In the flickering candlelight of his laboratory, Stephen Lestat stood once again in the world of the living. The walls around him pulsed with quiet energy. Old books, glass vials, and bone relics now mere shadows to what he had seen. He gazed into the dark, then spoke, not aloud, but into the beyond. "To you, my master, Necros, god of the dead, welcome them into your care. They have suffered for far too long. Now they will know peace within your arms." He bowed his head briefly, not as a servant, but as a chosen. Then his voice changed, more resolute, more burdened. But Vero was one of many. This knowledge, it's older than I expected, passed down through whispers and blood, hidden in realms outside of time. According to him, he was a student, just a student. He looked at the open book before him, where the symbols Vero had drawn still glowed faintly. "How many more are out there?" he whispered. "How many ghost realms, ghost rooms, ghost worlds exist, hidden just beneath the veil?" Stephen placed his hand over his chest, where the pull of the realm had once drained him. "This task, it may be beyond even me." He looked up, eyes steady, unblinking. "But should I fail, Necros, know that I fail giving everything, every breath, every drop of will, to serve you and to free those who suffer, the ones stolen, trapped, devoured, the ones meant for your arms, not for parasites of death." He turned back to the darkness, determination burning behind his eyes. "With your guidance, I will seek them out. I will hunt every last one of Vero's masters." He blew out the candle. The room dimmed. "And I will crush their ghost realms." A beat of silence. "Until the dead can rest." Serana moved like smoke. The alleyway was silent, shadows clinging to the brick like forgotten memories. She crouched low behind a rusted dumpster, her breath still, her form barely there. A gift from the elder blood, allowing her to become the dark itself. Then it happened. A ripple in the air, like a wound torn through fabric. From nothing, a slit opened, jagged, glowing with a sickly pale light. It tore through reality with a faint hiss, and from it emerged something wrong. Tall, skeletal, robed in faded black, that fluttered despite the still air. Its bones creaked, not with age, but with unnatural tension, like they were being held together by something that wasn't supposed to exist. The creature wasn't alive, not truly, but it lived in death, and it fed on it. Its empty eye sockets scanned the street. No heartbeat, no soul of its own, only hunger. Then it moved. Across the sidewalk, a man walked briskly, coffee in hand, eyes locked to his phone, unaware of the horror just feet away. The creature's hand shot forward, phasing through the man's chest. The man gasped, froze, and without a sound was pulled into the slit. It closed behind them like it had never been. Serana blinked once. She had seen enough. But before she moved, she crouched low and etched a symbol into the ground with the tip of her dagger, a mark known only to the elders. It was a warning, a signal, a promise. Then she moved, melting from shadow to shadow, and slipped through the fading tear in reality just before it sealed shut. The world beyond was quiet, vast, empty, dead, yet humming with a low resonance that made her skin crawl. The ghost realm she entered was not like Vero's, though it bore similarities. Thick grey mist, curling along an endless expanse of blackened ground, towering monoliths, crumbled and leaning at impossible angles, all soaked in sorrow. A constant wind whispered the names of the forgotten, and in the distance she saw him, the creature, dragging the man across the ground like a sack of meat. The man groaned, half-conscious, his soul flickering faintly. The creature raised both arms and began a binding ritual. Thin strands of energy wrapped around the man like threads, locking his soul in place, draining it slowly, deliberately, feeding it into the realm itself. The air pulsed as the creature hissed in delight. "The master hungers," it whispered in a voice like wind through bone. "He will be pleased I have brought you to him." Hidden in shadow form, Serana watched. Her heart did not race. Her breath did not quicken. She was trained for this, born for it. But still, this was no mere collector. This creature served something greater. She narrowed her eyes, her voice only in thought. So, this one's just a stooge, a servant. There must be more. She turned her gaze deeper into the mist, where ancient structures and towers loomed. I must go deeper. I need to know what's hiding behind this puppet, and find the master before he finds me. And with that, she vanished once more, into the silence of the mist. Serana moved like living silence, slipping from shadow to shadow with unnatural grace, the gift of her elder blood wrapping her in darkness. She was the unseen, the untouchable. She had served in death's name for centuries, her form fused to the void between light and nothing. The disturbance that brought her here was unlike anything she had ever felt. Not noise, not chaos, but absence, a yawning emptiness that whispered across the ether. She had argued with Elder before coming. He warned her not to go alone. You're reckless, he had said, arms folded, face carved from ancient pain. "And you're too slow," she'd snapped back. "I move between moments, Elder. You'd only get in my way." Despite their clash, their bond ran deep, forged through centuries of battle, betrayal, and an affection that lingered in the space between loyalty and love, if such a thing could exist between elders. Now, in the folds of this forbidden realm, Serana moved faster than the eye could track, flitting across shattered landscapes, phasing through broken spires and mists that whispered secrets too old to be named. Then she saw it, a town, or perhaps a small city, nestled in the ghost fog. Its buildings shimmered like illusions, their structures not built from stone or wood, but from essence, the essence of the living. The walls pulsed faintly, the streets hummed with sorrow. This place was built on stolen souls. Serana stopped, eyes narrowing. "How many have they taken?" she whispered. This wasn't a ghost realm, it was a harvest site. She turned to retreat. "I need to get back to Elder. This is too much for me alone." But then it appeared. Blocking her path stood a tall figure, skeletal, robed in tattered veils of shadow and smoke, a man in shape, but not in life. His voice was dry thunder. "An elder. In my realm. How interesting." Serana tensed. "Did you truly think I would not sense you?" the creature continued. "Though it is an honor, you are worthless to me. You have no soul. Someone has already claimed it." He tilted his head, smiling like death with teeth. "But I will enjoy destroying you." Serana dropped into shadow. In an instant, she surged forward, faster than any mortal or spirit could perceive. But he was faster. Before she could strike, ethereal chains shot from the ground and sky, wrapping her wrists, ankles, pinning her in place. They glowed with cursed light, bound not by metal, but by sorrow. Serana grinned, her fangs flashing. "You underestimate me." With a scream of pure rage, she shattered the chains with a violent surge of shadow energy. Her form twisted, then launched forward, a wraith of darkness hurtling towards the skeletal figure. Immediately, spirits rose, dozens of them, their faces twisted in despair and obedience. They formed a shield wall in front of their master, howling in torment. Serana sneered. "You look a little sad here," she said. "Let me help." Her shadow passed through the spirits like death's blade. They screamed, not from pain, but from release. Their forms crumbled into ash and vanished into the air. She reformed mid-air, standing tall, crackling with darkness. "Like you said," she said softly, "I'm soulless, just the evil that lives in the shadows." She raised her arms, power surging. "And shadows disrupt your ghosts." Confidence surged through her. This thing, whatever it was, could be beaten. She prepared to strike, but then it smiled. "Enough," it said, voice calm, cold, final. Serana blinked, and her world went black. The alleyway was cold and silent, save for the quiet breath of a lone figure wrapped in a black coat, his long, silver hair moving slightly in the breeze. Elder stood at the edge of a fading shadow, staring down at the last place he had sensed her. Serana. He sniffed the air, touched the wall, then looked to the cracked concrete at his feet. Etched in the stone, faint but unmistakable, was a symbol. Her symbol. He crouched low, tracing it with a clawed finger. The lines pulsed faintly under his touch, still charged with her energy. "She was here," he muttered, "and this is where she crossed over." He stood slowly, fists clenched. "Serana, what have you gotten yourself into?" A quiet moment passed. Then, "Looks like you're in a bit of a pickle." Elder spun around, instincts flaring, ready to strike, but he hadn't sensed the man approach. That alone unsettled him. Standing at the alley's edge, with the soft hum of necrotic energy curling around his boots, was Stephen Lestat. Calm, composed, dangerous. Elder narrowed his eyes. "You've lost a friend," Lestat said casually, "with no way of getting her back. That's unfortunate." Elder's voice was cold. "How do you know this?" Lestat gave a small shrug. "The dead are everywhere, Elder. They see, they whisper, and I happen to listen." He stepped forward, boots tapping against the damp pavement. "So," he continued, "you're stuck. She's gone into a ghost realm, and you have no way to follow." Eldor growled low, fangs just beginning to show. "And what if I told you," Lestat said, pausing just a few feet away, "that I could open it for you?" "I know who you are," Eldor snarled. "You serve death. You're no ally of ours. I could end you right here." Lestat chuckled. "I don't doubt your power. Truly. But I've got things to do, and this simply isn't my time." He turned, glancing at the symbol on the ground. And really, what are friends, if not temporary alliances forged by convenience? He looked back. "The enemy of your enemy and all that," Eldor glared. "And what makes you think I'd trust you? You could just leave me in that realm the moment you get what you want." Lestat's eyes gleamed with calm amusement. "You don't," he said plainly. "But if you don't come, you'll never get her back." He raised his hand, fingers slicing through the air with practiced ease. The fabric of reality tore like silk, revealing a thin, glowing rift, pulsing with pale light and ghostly wind. Without another word, Lestat stepped through. Elder stood there a moment, fangs still bared, jaw tight. Every instinct screamed not to follow, but Serana was in there. She mattered more than anything. With a growl of frustration, Eldor tightened his coat, stepped forward, and vanished into the ghost realm beyond. Eldor stepped through the rift and into silence. The ghost realm stretched out before him like a void pulled from forgotten nightmares. A vast, colourless expanse of cracked ground and swirling, oppressive mist. There was no sun, no moon, no sky, just layers of shadow and fog stretching into eternity. He scanned the haze, no sign of Lestat, but he could feel him. The air shimmered faintly with necrotic residue, the mark of a man who had walked hand in hand with death for too long. Elder was one of the few who remembered what came before the reset, before this fractured reflection of existence. And he remembered Stephen Lestat. He remembered what Lestat had done. He didn't trust him, not even a little, but he had no choice. From the mist, a voice echoed, "Come on then, Elder. We've got work to do. No time to hang around admiring the scenery." Elder narrowed his eyes and disappeared into the shadows. A heartbeat later, he reappeared directly in front of Lestat, who stood smugly with arms folded. Elder's voice was low, sharp. "Let me tell you something, Lestat. At the first sign of betrayal, I will kill you." Lestat raised an eyebrow, unbothered. "Oh, come. We've got bigger fish to fry and all that. No time to dawdle in threats." He turned and walked a few steps, then stopped. His tone changed slightly. Not casual, but focused. "We're going to need more." He raised both hands to the air. The ground groaned beneath them. Cracks spread in jagged lines, and then movement. Rotting hands burst through the soil, then arms, then whole bodies. Twisted, sunken corpses with blank, weary eyes. Dozens, then more. The lost souls of the realm. Lestat's voice lowered as he watched them rise. "There are so many of them, trapped in this cursed place, forgotten, abused, forced to sustain parasites." His expression softened, not with weakness, but purpose. "I must free them. The dead do not deserve this." Elder turned to him, surprised. For just a moment, in Lestat's voice, he heard something he didn't expect. Compassion. This man cared. Lestat raised more. The dead formed ranks behind him, silent and ready, still souls, but guided by one who had earned their trust. Then Lestat turned. "Unfortunately," he said, "these brave souls won't last long against the spirits that haunt this place. But you, Elder, your connection to the shadows, that might be just the thing to disrupt them." Elder smirked. "So that's why you wanted to help me?" Lestat grinned. "Oh, of course. You think I'm here out of pity? Please, we both benefit. As much as I detest your parasitic nature." Elder's eyes flared red. "And you surely detest my relationship with death," Lestat continued. "We can aid one another, for now." Elder's lips curled. "For now." And so, the pair, the necromancer and the vampire elder, stood at the head of an undead army, two forces bound by necessity and nothing more. In the distance, cloaked in swirling fog and sorrow, the ghostly city loomed, its towers rising like gravestones against the sky. Together, they began to march. The air thickened with sorrow, the mist turned in a sickly grey as the towering ghostly city loomed in the distance. Then it shifted. Reality bent, as if space itself recoiled in fear, and from the mist the tall, skeletal figure emerged once more. Its presence sucked the warmth from the air, the creature's eyes, empty, burning pits of unnatural hunger, locked on the pair standing at the head of a silent, undead legion. It raised a long, bony hand. "You dare raise my feed?" the creature growled, voice like wind through crypts. "These souls were meant to sustain the realm. You will suffer for this defiance." With a single gesture, the ground behind it tore open, and from the rift came spirits of the damned. Dozens of them, shrieking, twisting in the air like serpents of sorrow. Their faces wept, screamed, and begged all at once, and they surged forward with unnatural speed. Lestat calmly turned to Elder. "Your cue," he said with a smirk. Elder's eyes gleamed crimson. Without a word, he stepped into his own shadow and vanished. In a flash, he reappeared in the path of the oncoming spirits, his body dissolving into darkness. As the spirits touched the shadow form, they screamed and disintegrated, their ghostly matter scattering like ash in a storm. The tall creature shrieked in fury. "Another elder in my realm!" Its voice cracked with fury. "Then I shall destroy you, as I did the other one who dared to step into this place." Eldor froze mid-motion, his face shifting from fury to pure rage. His body surged with power, an ancient force rarely seen even among his kind. Shadows writhed around him like living blades. He stepped forward to strike, but Lestat raised a hand. "Stand down, Elder," he said. "Not yet. He's too much for you now." Eldor snarled, but paused. Lestat continued, his voice calm but sharp. "His power is of spirit, ethereal and cursed. He can tear souls apart with ease, but my warriors..." He gestured behind him at the legion of undead. "They have no souls, not here. He has no hold over them." The skeletal creature stepped back as the undead surged forward, marching as one, an unstoppable wall of rot and resolve. The creature snarled, but did not attack. "I can sense her," Lestat said suddenly, tilting his head as if listening to the wind. "She is functional, the dead whisper, and in this place, I hear everything." The creature hissed. "This is not over." And with a flick of his long fingers, he vanished into the fog, like smoke consumed by fire. Silence returned. Eldor stepped towards Lestat, eyes burning. "Where is she?" Lestat turned slowly and pointed toward the highest towers of the ghostly city, distant but pulsing with dark energy. "There," he said. "The dead still cry from that place, and they say she exists. She's bound, but not broken. But we must move quickly. This realm drains me piece by piece." He looked over his shoulder at the undead. "My children will carve a path. But the spirits, they can destroy me. And them. You will have to deal with them. You are untouched by this place. You can disrupt them." Eldor's voice was firm. "All I care about is freeing her, and I still do not trust you." Lestat shrugged. "Oh, come now. Trust is such an overused word. Why trust when we simply need each other?" He met Eldor's eyes. "I couldn't do this without you, and you couldn't do it without me. That's not trust. It's a trade. Think of me as you will, but we cannot do this alone." Eldor gave no reply, but he didn't turn away either, and so the two unlikely allies, vampire and necromancer, marched toward the heart of the ghostly city, a swarm of undead in their wake. The dead moved with purpose and vengeance. The time for stealth is over. With an undead legion at their backs, Eldor and Stephen Lestat launch a full assault on the ghostly city, a realm built from sorrow and sustained by stolen souls. Inside, Serana's fate hangs by a thread, and ancient spirits rise to defend their twisted masters. As Lestat's undead clash with the Wailing Damned, and Eldor battles shadows with shadows, only one thing is certain. Death is not the end here. It's the beginning of war.
Is this what you want?
Then come and take it.
You were never meant to see this side of me, but he told it anyway. The Professor.
The mist thickened as Eldor, Lestat, and the army of undead approached the outskirts of the ghost city. Towering, ethereal structures, pulsing with the stolen essence of the living, the air crackled with a tension older than time. Eldor walked beside Lestat, his voice low but edged with something deeper than suspicion. "Do you remember the events of the Crimson Dawn?" Lestat didn't stop walking. "No," he said plainly, "but I've studied it." Elder's eyes narrowed. "How could you study that which has been erased?" Lestat finally turned, his gaze sharp. "Erased from man, but not from death. The echoes remain. Death remembers everything. I know who I was there, but that place, that reality, no longer exists. Don't judge me for something I've never done." Elder gave a slow nod. "Very well." They stepped into the city's outer ruins, where the architecture flickered between form and fog. Ghostly lights danced in cracked windows. Shadows moved where there should be none. Elder spoke again, the worry clear in his voice. "What do the dead whisper of her? I feel nothing, no connection. It's like she's not here." Lestat's eyes lost focus as he tapped into the netherflow, but then his brow furrowed. "Strange. I hear nothing. No whispers, no screams, nothing. As if she's beyond reach." Elder's composure broke. "Then she needs me now. Let us storm this place." Lestat raised a hand. "Hold. A full assault would expose us. We do not know their full strength, and I will not send my army to die like pawns. They may be dead, but they are mine, each one a memory, a name, a soul." Elder looked at him. This necromancer, this wielder of death, saw something unexpected. Compassion. "They are dead," Elder said bluntly. Lestat turned sharply, eyes meeting his. "So are you, Elder, and so is Serana. Yet you love each other." Elder's lips parted slightly. Words failed him. He looked away, gathering himself, then nodded. "Very well. We'll play it your way, for now." Together, they turned towards the city gates, one a shadow walker, the other Death's voice, and began plotting their next move in a place where the dead refused to rest. Elder moved like a wraith, shadow to shadow, gliding through the deserted, mist-soaked streets ahead. His senses sharpened, scanning every wall, alley, and rooftop for the signs of an ambush, but there was nothing. No traps, no waiting enemy, only the eerie stillness of a city that never truly lived. In mere seconds he returned. "Nothing," he said. "Too quiet." Lestat frowned. "Strange," he muttered, then turned to Elder. "We need to divide. Take a handful of my warriors, circle around, look for a weakness, and try not to kill them. I'll hold you responsible." Elder raised an eyebrow. "I cannot control them." Lestat stared long and hard at him. "And you say I forget? You already manipulated the dead once before. In Crimson Dawn, you made them serve your purpose. But back then, you didn't ask for their permission." Lestat stepped closer. "Now I give it to you. Just be careful." Elder paused. The memory of what he had done in the other realm, the lives he twisted, the souls he used, surfaced like a bitter taste. He allowed himself a small, embarrassed smile. "Yes, well, that was in another place," Elder said. "I'll be careful." Without another word, the army of the dead split. Lestat led one group deeper into the broken city streets. Elder and a handful of decaying soldiers slipped into the fog on the right flank. Moments later, Elder encountered them. Spirits, drifting in loose formation, they turned sharply as they sensed his presence. Their faces were twisted in sorrow, their eyes hollow with eternal suffering. They screamed and lunged. Elder became shadow, flowing through them, dissolving their tortured forms. His darkness shredded their essence, returning them to the silence they craved. When it was done, he turned to the undead at his back, shambling, wide-eyed. "Don't worry," Eldor said. "I won't let them get you." He paused, then smirked slightly. "Now he's got me at it." He waved them forward. "Come on." Elsewhere in the city, Lestat moved slower, more deliberate. He lacked the Shadow's protection. His undead were vulnerable to the ghostly figures drifting from the alleys. Already, several had been torn to pieces by clawed, transparent hands. But Lestat didn't attack. He raised his arms, his voice calm and commanding. "I know you weep," he said. "I can feel your torment. You were meant for rest, not this." The spirits circled him, moaning. They hesitated. "You have been robbed of your death," Lestat continued. "You should be gone, but this realm has chained you here. I am a servant of Necros, the true guardian of death. He alone can give you peace. I do not come to control you. I come to release you." His voice echoed into the silence. One spirit stopped, staring at him, then another. Slowly they began to follow, not attacking, but drifting behind him, drawn by something older than memory, the promise of truth in death. Lestat turned to his remaining undead, their numbers thinning, and whispered, "Let's walk together now, shall we?" And so, through the haunted city streets, walked a strange procession. A necromancer, the dead and the damned, united by purpose, bound by the promise of release. Deep within the heart of the ghost city, a towering figure stood motionless atop a twisted spire. The master of the ghost realm, draped in flowing faded robes, stitched with the symbols of ancient death, extended one clawed hand into the mist, his face, skeletal and cruel, twisted with concern. He could feel it, his spirits dwindling. Their wails no longer came to him, their sorrow being silenced. Someone else was controlling them, and with every spirit turned, his strength drained. He snarled, turning to the shadows behind him. From them emerged 3 twisted figures, warlocks, pale and gaunt, their forms held together by the souls they consumed, kept barely alive by the essence of this cursed realm. The master raised his arm and pointed. "They are near. One walks with the undead, the other is cloaked in shadows. Go. Finish them. They must not reach me." One of the warlocks stepped forward, trembling slightly under the weight of his master's power. "What of the woman?" The master's eyes glowed like cold fire. "She still lingers. Kill her, and throw her body in front of them. Let it break their spirit." The warlocks bowed, then shambled off like ghouls obeying a final curse. The master turned and stared out into the void. He did not speak, but in his silence was fear. In the shadows, Elder moved with urgency. A storm coiled in his chest. Mist swirled around him and his small squad of undead. Then, from the gloom, 2 figures emerged, hunched, robed, and wrong. Warlocks. They raised their staffs, screaming foul incantations. The air twisted as malformed spirits surged forward, shrieking, biting, clawing. Elder's undead staggered and fell one by one, devoured mid-step. Elder danced between them, shadows trailing his limbs, but even he was pushed back. His blade of black light hissed, slashing through air and spirit alike, but it wasn't enough. One of his undead fell, then another. A warlock laughed, wet and cracked. "You fight well, Elder, but you're too late. The woman is dead. The body will be delivered soon. Everything stopped. Elder froze. Serana, dead? Something inside him broke open. Not grief, rage, the kind of fury only an ancient soul could bear. The rage of an immortal who had lost everything once before and would not lose again. His eyes turned pitch black. You should not have said that. In a blur he moved. Shadows howled like wolves in his wake. Elder struck again, blade and shadow becoming one. The air screamed. The spirits recoiled. The first warlock was torn in half. The second tried to flee, too late. Elder erupted through him in a storm of living dark, leaving only ash and silence. Only one undead remained at his side. Elder looked down, then placed a hand on the soldier's shoulder. You survived. Come, we finish this. Necromancer's gambit. Elsewhere, Lestat stood on crumbling marble beneath a cracked archway. The last of his undead circled him. Only 7 remained. Then the warlock arrived. This one was different. Taller, stronger. A crown of bone fragments crowned his head. Around him, waves of spirits poured like smoke, screaming as they lunged at Lestat's remaining warriors. One by one the undead fell, ripped apart, devoured. Lestat's hand trembled. Necros, he whispered. They suffer. Your children suffer. Help me. Guide me. The spirits closed in. Lestat raised both arms. You are stolen from rest, but I know your pain. I am a servant of death, not your enemy. You are not his to command, not this thing's. You belong to Necros. Let him embrace you. The air rippled. The spirits stopped, mid-lunge. Then, like moths to flame, they turned. The warlock screamed, sensing control slip through his bony fingers. Lestat's voice rang like a funeral bell. You are his now. You are free. With a sudden, explosive shriek, the spirits turned on their former master. They fell on him like a wave of teeth and fury. When the mist settled, nothing remained. The ghostly mist parted. Eldor stepped into the clearing first, his shadow form trailing behind, like a cloak of dusk. One lone undead staggered at his side, battered but loyal. Moments later, Lestat emerged through the gloom. His army was no longer corpses, but spirits. Dozens of them, weeping, whimpering, willing. Lestat looked at Eldor and smiled. I know what you did. You fought to save him, and the others. You didn't have to, but you did. I'm proud of you, Elder. Elder growled softly, staring ahead. Save your words, Necromancer. I think they've killed her. Lestat's face darkened. I can't sense her. Nothing. That's never happened before. It's strange. Elder clenched his fists. Then it ends now. He pointed toward a vast cathedral-like structure in the city's centre. Its spires twisted upward, like the claws of a dead god. Its walls bled a mist that pulsed with agony. Without waiting, Elder burst through the shattered doors. No guards, no monsters, no master of this place. Only her. Serana stood in the centre of the great hall, bathed in pale, flickering light. Spirits surrounded her, hundreds of them, screaming, moaning, locked in chains of shadow that pulsed from her fingers like spiderwebs of pain. She was barefoot, her long black dress torn and flowing like smoke. Her lips were blood red, her eyes no longer crimson, but void. At her feet lay the twisted remains of the master of the ghost realm, his skull cracked, his body torn apart, as if it had exploded from the inside out. Lestat stepped back. By Necros. He felt it. Not just power. Corruption. That's no longer just an elder, he whispered. That's Serana, with the full force of the ghost realm inside her. She turned to them, slowly, then smiled. Ah, more souls to feed me. My collection grows. Her voice was layered, hers, and something deeper beneath. I am the master now, and I hunger. Lestat's spirits recoiled behind him. He whispered, She enjoys their pain. Eldor stepped forward. Serana. It's me. She blinked. A flicker of recognition, of memory. Gone. You dare speak my name as if you have rights to it. You are not my anchor anymore, Elder. This place, this pain, it freed me. Her smile was wicked. Dr. Thorne tried to break me. He failed. You tried to tame me. You lied. But this place let me become who I truly am. She raised a hand. A dozen spirits screamed louder, writhing in the air. Eldor clenched his fists. That's not you. You're stronger than this. No, she purred. This is me. I just never let it breathe. Until now. Lestat looked at Eldor, eyes wide with realization. She's gone, Elder. Or at least, the version of her we knew. No, Elder said coldly, stepping forward. She's still in there. Buried. But she's in there. Careful, Lestat warned. That's not hope you're carrying. It's a knife to your heart. The spirits wailed louder. The cathedral trembled. Serana rose into the air, her hair lifting like she was underwater. One of you will die. The other will serve. Decide. Lestat's voice rang out into the cathedral of screams. Spirits, attack! A dozen ghostly figures launched forward, shrieking like broken violins, their pale limbs stretching for Serana. But she didn't move. She didn't blink. She simply smiled. Her arms rose slightly, palms open. The spirits collided with her form and were devoured. Their cries turned to gasps of ecstasy, then silence. She drank them like wine, absorbing every drop. Ah, she purred. They fuel me. Your army is mine. Lestat staggered, his body trembling. Necros, help us. She's too strong. I weaken. Serana turned her head, her eyes now a glowing white void. I feel you fading, little necromancer. Your god has no power here. Here, I am God. She turned to Elder, arms wide, a goddess of death, crowned in mist and shadow. And you, Elder, you shout for me to fight it. Why would I fight the only thing that ever made me feel whole? I gave you power. I gave you purpose. Without me, you were nothing but a hollow shell waiting to be devoured by Nocturna. You were a whisper of a man. I saved you. And now, you should bow before your savior. Elder stared at her, heartbroken, silent. Lestat whispered beside him. She's gone. But Elder stepped forward. The flame within the shadow. He didn't raise his hands. He didn't charge. He spoke. You say you saved me, that I was nothing, that I should bow because you gave me strength. He took another step, but power given is not power earned. It is borrowed, temporary, like feeding a starving man and calling yourself a god. Serana scowled, but something behind her eyes flickered. You once taught me to embrace my shadow. And I did, but not to serve you, not to owe you. Another step. The spirits around her flinched. I did not become strong because of you. I became strong the moment I realized I could choose for myself. Her brow furrowed. Elder's voice deepened, not with rage, but with truth. You have power now, yes, but not freedom. You are a vessel. You are the prison that believes it is the warden. These spirits, they don't follow you. They fear you. Serana's lips trembled, just slightly. You speak of greatness, but all I see is need. You need to be worshipped. You need control. You need to be obeyed. That is not power. That is dependence. The mist swirled. I do not want to destroy you, Serana. I want to remind you. The self that chooses love over domination, choice over control, life over consumption. That is the self I fell in love with. That is the self who escaped Thorn, not by becoming a god, but by reclaiming her soul. She clutched her head. The spirits cried louder. The cathedral trembled. Serana screamed, a raw, agonized wail. Shadow exploded outward from her in every direction, but Elder stood firm. He whispered, so only she could hear. No one owns you. Not even this place. Not even your pain. You do not have to rule to be whole. Serana screamed. The wail tore through the ghost realm, fracturing buildings, rupturing clouds, waking the very walls of the forgotten city. Her arms fell limp at her sides. Her head dropped forward, hair covering her face. And then, the visions. A child crying. A crib stained red. A husband, drunk, violent, laughing. Villagers, torch-lit faces twisted in hate, jeering as they spat, and took turns tearing her down. The ghostly realm fed on these moments. Her trauma had been its feast. It was how it controlled her. A slow drip of sorrow that grew into a tidal wave of rage. She dropped to her knees. Elder. Her voice was hoarse, broken. I can't stop it. It hurts. It hurts so much. I can't hold it back. Her face lifted, eyes burning white again. Go, please, before I kill you. Elder stepped forward, not afraid. No! She snarled, pain and darkness raging behind her voice. Go, before I rip you to pieces. He knelt in front of her, unshaken. The philosophy of the flame. Serana, I will die for you, but I will not live for you. She froze. I will give my life if it saves yours, but I will not give myself. I will not surrender who I am just to please the shadow of what you've become. Her eyes narrowed, but she did not strike. You were made to believe love is sacrifice, that to be cared for is to be worshipped, that power is owed to the one who saves. He shook his head. But I do not owe you my life, and you do not owe me yours. Love is not a debt. It is not surrender. It is a choice made only when we are free. A tear slipped down her cheek, the first in centuries. I do not exist to serve you. I do not exist to worship you. That is not love. That is slavery, gilded in affection. I choose you, Serana, but I do not belong to you. She looked down at her shaking hands. The power that had consumed her trembled. I will never kneel, not even to you, but I will walk beside you, if you let me. The storm around them began to flicker. The spirits swirled, confused. The realm groaned. Serana clutched her chest, the memories still tearing at her, but something cracked in the darkness. A single whispered word escaped her lips. Elder. And the white in her eyes faded just slightly. Serana screamed, not out of rage, but agony. The ghost realm trembled around her, a living city built on the anguish of the forgotten. Her body arched, and the spirits that once obeyed her recoiled in confusion as the black mist of her power began to lift. She clutched her head, shaking. The darkness fought to stay, but her will, shattered, reforged by Elder's words, proved stronger. A final blast of power surged out of her, screaming through the air like banshees. Then silence. She collapsed. Her pale body fell like ash to the cracked stone, the weight of the realm no longer on her shoulders. The air thinned. Elder turned to Lestat. Your cue. Lestat stepped forward. A subtle nod. Elder lifted Serana into his arms. She was barely breathing, but peaceful. Lestat raised both hands, whispering a call in the ancient tongue. Necros, Lord of the boundless grave, open your arms. Suddenly, the realm shimmered. The ghosts surrounding them paused, no longer weeping, no longer shrieking. They began to rise like dust caught in a breeze, pulled skyward into a lightless slit in the air, a void where Necros waited. But Elder's sharp eyes caught something else. Lestat wasn't just casting. His face was wet. His voice trembled. They're free, he whispered. They're finally free. And as the last of the spirits disappeared, leaving nothing but silence and dust, Lestat spoke one final word in reverence. Peace. The city crumbled behind them. Walls fell. Towers collapsed into mist. Lestat turned and raised his arms again. Time to go. This place is dying. A narrow slit tore open behind him. Elder, holding Serana, stepped through first. Then Lestat followed, and the ghost realm collapsed into nothing. The night air hit them like cold water. Elder laid Serana gently on the ground. Her breath was steady, but she did not wake. Lestat stood quietly beside him. Good job, Elder, Lestat said at last. We did something good. We saved them. Maybe they're dead. But torment should never be eternal. The dead deserve rest. Elder looked at him, something strange behind his ancient eyes. You are different from the Lestat I once knew. Lestat smirked, but not with pride, just weariness. Perhaps, or maybe I'm just remembering what it feels like to be human. Elder stepped into shadow with Serana in his arms. Call on me if you need aid. Lestat nodded. Same. With that, Elder vanished. Lestat stood alone in the dark. The wind whispered through the alley. He turned his gaze skyward. You've served your purpose, Elders, but I've seen now what you're capable of. The power you wield. The threat you pose. His voice lowered. You could unbalance death itself. A long silence followed. Next time we meet, it won't be like this. And with that, he stepped into the dark. The lair was dim, not from lack of light, but because darkness had become a comfort, a natural state. Stone walls wrapped around them, tall candles flickering faintly. Outside, the world turned beneath the moon. Inside, Serana stirred. Her eyes opened slowly, red gleams soft in the haze. Elder. He sat beside her, quiet, waiting. I thought that side of me was gone, she whispered. The hunger, the shadow, as an elder, a creation of Thorn. It will always be there, won't it? Elder nodded. Yes, we all have our gifts, or curses. Mine is rage, yours longing, but together. We cancel those things out. You pull me back, I hold you steady. She watched him, her voice low. And yet we speak of love, which cannot exist between elders. Elder replied, that part of us was replaced long ago, torn out, replaced with shadows, pain, power. A pause. But somehow, he continued, somehow we shine a light through that darkness, if only briefly. Connection. A smile crept onto her lips. You sound like Eldritch. I spent time with him, Eldor said softly, before he vanished. His words, they're not just ideas, they're truths. I knew one day they'd serve a purpose. She sat up slightly, brushing her black hair from her face. Still, for all your wisdom and rage, I could have whooped you. He raised an eyebrow. Don't try it, Sarana. Why? A smirk played across her lips. Or are you just scared of the truth, Elder? Elder stood, a wry smile forming. The truth? He took a step back. The truth is, it's on. Sarana stood, eyes glowing, shadows curling around her like silk. They burst into motion. 2 forms, one male, one female, both ancient, both lethal, danced in the gloom, moving like streaks of dusk, striking and laughing, a duel not of hate, but of pride. Power clashed, echoes rang through the lair, not in fury, but joy. Shadows colliding, immortality playing, the final spark of something that could never be called love, but might be something far more rare. Respect.
If you enjoyed the Professor's tales, leave a comment, a like. It helps the shadows grow.